What's up, everyone? Welcome to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. It is time for the final day of the round robin. It is the second round, top 24 races across India, and at the end of today, we will have the top 10 racers, your top 10 finalists of the India edition. So I'm super hyped. We've been seeing amazing races over the last 2 days. I'm Shesaya. Joining me is SK, please. SK, what are your expectations from today's races, man?
I mean, literally last chance for everyone to try and secure that top 10 position. So it is going to be very, very important. So this is going to be like probably the most important Sunday that they have to get through. Two races with particular two groups and then two races with the other two groups, and it's just 10 slots up for grabs, so it can go either ways. And up in the top of the pack, I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure, but the 5th to 10th place qualifying, I think this is the area where you will see people who are separated just by 2 to 6 points or 8 points, and you can see the board here. So I feel like Ancient Play, Fun Anywhere, Caesar, Abby Thakur, B2 Speed, they've done their fair share of hard work already. They've secured that top 5, but the rest of the guys there, which is I think Shami, RKB as well, pretty safe. But Sanchit, Maister, Nick the Gamer, Fierce P, who are just like 2 points and 4 points and 6 points, and then VA, Jackster, PND Motorsport, all these guys as well will start gunning for that slot. So it is going to be very, very important for at least these few names that we mentioned here to secure their position going into the grand final that will happen on 26th. So all important day, all important 4 races. Let's see who comes up on top.
Indeed, man. The 4 races for you today, it is first 2 races of Group A plus D. We're going to be starting things off on Nürburgring and then heading into Interlagos. And the next 2 races back again, same tracks, but it's Groups B plus C. Racers, this is what they've been fighting for this entire tournament. It's a huge prize pool of 2,25,000 in total. 1 lakh for first place. Second place walking away with 75,000, in third place with 50,000 INR. The top 10 finalists will also get to walk away with Gazoo Racing merchandise. And besides all of this already, if it wasn't enough, the top 3 also qualify to the finals of the Asia Nations Cup, where they will pretty much go up against the top 3 races from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines. So a lot of bragging rights on the line here. This weekend, the next weekend, like you said, the bottom half of those qualifying spots, especially 8th to 12th, it's very neck and neck, SK. It can go any way. We have absolutely no idea who's going to be coming out on top. That being said, I think we are pretty much ready to jump onto the track. I do see racers pretty much heading out to get their practice sessions started. So without further ado, let's go on over and see what the timings are looking like right now. SK, take it away.
So I think, Nürburgring again for the 3rd time. Oh, sorry. Is it 3rd time? It's the 5th time this weekend that we are jumping into this. Outlaps for all the participants here. So this lobby is going to have Caesar, Abby Thakur, Nick the Gamer, Basit, Sanchit, and VA. So 6 contestants here, 6 racers that are going to be trying to get as many points as possible. But the outlap, everyone just warming up their tires. And it's going to be Caesar leading the pack this time around. He does have Abby right behind him. And we know these are the 2 guys that are very, very fast compared to the rest of the guys. Nick the Gamer should be trying to get a podium for himself today, and Sanchit as well. Because I feel like Nick, Sanchit, and VA are the ones that have to secure a lot of points. We haven't seen Basit. I think we saw him the first weekend. He did miss a day.
Yeah.
So good to see him back again on the race and trying to secure some points for himself. But this is going to be lap number 1 of qualifying for Caesar as he jumps in to the first corner very early on the braking there, diving in. Doesn't really hit the curbs or hit the apex, and he is going to get a brilliant exit. Caesar, as we saw yesterday, is one of the fastest racers on the track who he shares the space with the likes of Fun Anywhere, Ancient Pleb, Abby Thakur, but Caesar held his own in a couple of races yesterday and came out on top. So this is also one of the racers that you need to watch out for. And he's very, very fast on Interlagos as well. Nürburgring, yes, he is fast, but on Interlagos he showed us that he's very fast, and he did set, I think he was the fastest in qualifying up until the last lap where Ancient stole it away from him. But he caught our attention, and he is also one of the favorites going into the grand finals on the 26th of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifiers. Now we can see Caesar here using as much as track as possible, hits the curves, gets off a brilliant exit on Schumacher, and now he's gonna go towards the bends. Again, a very, very tricky corner because you're carrying a lot of speed going into these bends, so you need a lot of exit speed as well as you slow down. And the last section now into the Advent Arch and the Vidal chicane. Make or break for most of these racers here, and in races as well, we've seen some amazing overtakes happening at the Advent Arch into Vidal. Some aggressive overtakes, some clean overtakes. Very good on the braking there. Caesar is gonna make it look easy as he exits off into the final end corner and down the back straight.
Yeah,
Let's see his time. He's pretty good. He's pretty fast, but I don't think the first lap might be fast enough. Looking at about 2:17, 2:18, and that is going to be a 2:17. So 2:16 was the fastest lap set by Ancient Plebby yesterday in one of the Nürburgring, but 2:17 is going to keep him in the lead, and there we go. Abby Thakur, just 300ths of a second on his lap, is going to qualify and set a good pace of P2. Nick the Gamer and P3. Basit is yet to finish his lap, but for now it's going to be P1 Caesar and P2 Abby Thakur. Basit looks very, very slow coming into the final corner. He's lost a lot of time somewhere. 2:27 or 28, so it's almost 10 seconds off of Caesar's time. So Basit has to pull up his socks and try and set a faster time. Sanchit as well, I think, had a bit of a struggle, so I think this lap is going to be the one that Sanchit is going to start setting the pace. VA yet to finish his time also, but I guess he is on his fast lap. No, almost slides there. The gravel, catches a bit of gravel. And now down the Advent Arch. Again, I don't think VA has a fast time as well, because 2 minutes and he's nowhere close to the back straight. Should be around, yeah, he's lost a lot of time. He is eating a lot of grass on the way as well, so this is not one of the faster times for VA. So yeah, gotta keep an eye out on the rest of the pack now, as Caesar and Abby Thakur are continuing to try and best their times. You can see Abby Thakur trying to study what Caesar is doing. He's got his best sector, but only 0.087 of an improvement. If you notice on the left, he is about 300ths of a second behind Caesar, so he needs a brilliant lap here if he wants to catch up on that time. Let's see if either of these gentlemen can topple each other, or will Caesar stay up in P1, because as it looks, I think Abby might have lost a few tenths of a second coming into the last corner, and yep, he does. So not fast enough, but he did close that 300ths of a second. So Caesar is still going to hold the lead from Abby, and followed by Nick, VA, Basit, and Sanchit in this first race qualifying.
Indeed, man. Scissor, I think this has got an amazing opportunity this time out. I think it is pretty much a group where he feels very comfortable out there in the lead. Abhi Thakur, though, has got his work cut out. Unfortunately, yesterday out in Nürburgring, he disconnected, I think, mid-race during the first race itself, and it did cost him a wee bit, considering that he was one of the winners on day one. And I do believe that was on Interlagos, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got a fair bit to catch up if he's looking to hunt for the top of the leaderboard. Scissor, a lot of competition in every single one of his lobbies, but I think this is the one where he's coming in as the leader. No one really was keeping their eye on him as much to take pole and take victories outright in any of the previous races, but heading into this one, things have changed. So let's see if that added pressure is gonna catch up to Scissor, or if he's gonna be able to deal up with it well, because Abhi Thakur seems like he is very fast so far. It was only 300ths of a second slower than Caesar's last best, and he's on track now to try and beat that if he continues to match his lap times in the last sector as well, coming in down to Weedall. We've seen mistakes on Weedall almost always. If you manage to even keep your position here, you still need to continue to get a very good exit out of the end corner as well, else you're going to lose a lot of time down that start finish straight. And I think he's lost a little bit there. We saw the car skid out a wee bit, and it has, oh, that small mistake on the exit from the end corner. And yeah, Abhi Thakur was well and truly on his way to taking provisional pole, but Scissor is going to be counting his lucky stars, at least for now. But I mean, it is the first few laps of qualifying. All these guys,
yeah, and it is still a front row start, so you know,
yeah,
Abhi will not be feeling too bad about it. But yeah, they just have about 10 minutes left, which is 3 to 4 laps. And none of them are yet to go into the pits and get a fresher set of tires. That's the surprising thing what I've seen this time around. Usually you'd see these guys dive into the pits very early. You know, after setting their first 2 laps, they would dive in, get a fresh set of rubber, and then come back. But this time around, everyone's just sticking out there. Maybe grip is also a factor.
yeah, I mean,
Abhi, none of them have gone in to the pits yet. That's what I wanted to bring up, because and then, you know, Caesar is still making it look easy on those older tires. So yeah, let's see if he can best his lap and see if Abhi can make anything happen, because coming to qualifying, what we saw from Ancient Pleb yesterday, that was just insane. Like that last lap, fastest lap, and he finished the lap in such a way that nobody could even react to it, and he ended up keeping pole. So I want to see if Abhi can replicate something like that this time around.
yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Abhi can nail that final sector, because the first 2 sectors he was well and truly on course to go significantly faster. It seems like he has lost a fair bit of time this time around in this lap, so is not a hot lap all things considered. Sanchit Bal, this guy's got a lot of work to do in these 2 races here, SK. His last 2 races for him, he was in, if I'm not mistaken, 12th position coming in today. He was, I think, 2 to 3 points behind the final pack. In fact, let me just have a look. 4 points behind Meister and Nick the Gamer, who were both tied up at 18 points. So he's got a fair bit of points to catch up, and he's got a head-to-head versus Nick the Gamer in this race as well. So one of the tiebreaker conditions is head-to-heads and who's got the better of whom overall. So I think in that regard, Sanchit here wants to try and get the W in this race as well as the next one, and we see that we actually disconnects out. Unfortunate for him. We did know that he was facing quite a bit of power issues as well. He did disconnect out earlier during the practice before the race, so that is pretty unfortunate that VA can't get himself in almost immediately. But yeah, he still has a fair bit of time here during qualifying. We're just past the halfway mark, so if he can still come back in the next few minutes, if the power gods do favor him, he still might have a chance of picking up some points here in the first race on Nürburgring SK.
Yeah, I think all eyes on Sanchit this time around. Like you said, he has to make up that 4 points if he wants to see himself go through to the grand finals, and these two races are going to be very important for Sanchit. If he can somehow get a podium for himself on both the races and top Nick the Gamer's time, which he is doing at the moment, and also try and get more points than Nick, I think he has a very solid chance of trying to secure his spot in the final, because right now I think he's in 12th, so he is out of the top 10, but this is gonna be a good chance, not if he makes such mistakes, but hopefully he has a few more chances, and he knows that he's gonna go in for some fresh set of tires. He's got about 2 or 3 laps in him before the qualifying ends. Let's hope Sanchit can actually do something in the race, because we know Nick is consistent. He's always hovered around the 3rd, 4th, 5th in all the races. That's why you'll see him already in the top 10 of the points, because this man has been in point scoring throughout the weekend, and he's gonna be very happy about his performance. But if he has to stay, he definitely has to defend Sanchit, or he has to secure some points for himself as well.
Indeed, man. I think right now, Scissor and Abby Thakur, if it is incident free, I think are clearly the favorites to take 1 and 2 very comfortably. I think the main battle that we're going to focus on this entire race is going to be between Nick the Gamer and Sanchit Bal. 4 points is the difference between the two of them. Nick the Gamer just about on the cusp of qualification into the next round, while Sanchit Bal is 2 positions below. So he's got a lot of ground to cover, and in case there is a tiebreaker situation that does come in, Sanchit wants to ensure that in these head-to-head races, the 2 races today, he does have the better of Nick the Gamer. So let's see how this small little battle here for 3rd and 4th plays out as well. In qualifying, at least right now, Nick the Gamer is about 0.5 of a second behind Sanchit Bal. Sanchit's been pretty fast around the track. He's found himself a decent bit of empty real estate on the track as well. This has allowed him to concentrate back and put the laps back down. He did head into the pit, if I'm not mistaken, the last time around, and does have an opportunity to head back out as well. I do see VA reconnecting back in. Hopefully his power issues are done for the rest of the day, because he's gonna have to get in those qualifying laps real soon. He's about 3.5 minutes so 3.5 minutes remaining in qualifying. So it's not a lot of time to get the hot lap and the final lap in. It's going to be very touch and go, SK.
Yeah, I think it's 1 more lap if they can secure, because Sanchit right now, he has put himself in Nick the Gamer, but if Nick kind of stays in P4 and then in the race can secure P3, I think that's going to be very beneficial for him. That the actual guys that need to try here is going to be Basit and VA. I don't see them pushing that hard, but I feel like these guys also need a lot of points if they want to qualify into the final weekend. The 2 safety nets are on Caesar and Abby. They're up in the top 5. I think they're headed towards finishing 1 and 2 as well in this race, or 2 and 1 depending how the race goes. But these 2 guys here, if they're able to get 2 wins or 2 podiums, they should be good to go for the finals. I really want to see if Sanchit can bring something different to the table this time around and possibly take a win for himself. I think that will give him a huge boost in terms of points. But yeah, he does have these two giants in the name of Caesar and Abby to fight against in order to secure that P1.
Yeah, and Scissor and Abby, like you said, I think they are already quite a bit ahead on that leaderboard, and it should be a relatively easy 2 races here to secure that top 10 slot, which will move them to the finals. But I think it's going to be more a little bit about the pride of saying you made it to the top of the leaderboard. So they're going to try and, if not challenge Ancient Flep, at least try and muscle for that top 2, top 3 spot here by taking the win on Nürburgring and Interlagos, which will be coming up after this. But let's have a look at the kind of time that Abby Thakur gets in here. He does run a little too wide, and that's a lot of time lost again. And with only 2 minutes remaining of qualifying, I don't think there is enough time, in fact, for another lap to come through.
Nah, I don't think there is enough time. Abby Thakur will have to settle for P2, and Caesar extends his lead now. Fastest lap again, 2:17.055. So that is going to be the fastest lap of the qualifying session. And as you can see, the Caesar is going to go off, going to go park his car. He is secured a P1, unless Sanchit has something to say about it. I don't think anyone else can finish their laps here. This is the last minute. Oh, Sanchit is on course to finish a lap. Let's see if he can get a faster time. But for now, it does look like P1 and P2 are going to be Caesar and Abby Thakur. Sanchit, I feel like, is losing a lot of time in this last end corner. I keep, every time we spectate him, he is much slower here. But he is going to improve, get a best lap for himself. P3 for Sanchit Bal and Nick the Gamer. I do not think Nick is going to be able to finish a lap, but he is at P4 at the moment. P5 is going to be Basit, and P6 for VA. So this is the first race of day 3 of the round robin, and we are on course for a 8-lap race, clear weather, all the Supra RZ20s, and I think my money is obviously on Caesar. He looks very dominating, and there we go, 6 seconds until race start. Let's see if this is gonna be an exciting turn 1, because it's just 6 cars this time around, and I don't think there's gonna be too much of a cluster or too much of a chaos that they can't handle. So hopefully the race leaders can get off to a good start. But take it away, Shade. First race, round robin, day 3.
Yeah, it is Cesar starting on pole, Abby Thakur in second. Both of them going head to head to try and get a W here, while Nick the Gamer and Sanchit fighting to try and make it to the finals. There go the lights. All 6 racers are off. A good start for Cesar. As always, he's going to try and come down and try and take the racing line, but Abby Thakur says, no, I'm hanging on and I'm going to take the apex, forcing Cesar to actually take a wide turn here. He does try and squeeze Abby Thakur. He's not letting off. He does get first for a small split second, but he's going to have to be content in letting Cesar going through. He did get the better exit through, but Sanchit has made a lot of space down. He's already breathing down the neck of Abby Thakur. Seems like not only did he get a good start, but he's in position to challenge for P2 as well. But look at VA. This man seems to have gotten a blazing start all the way up to 4th from 6th, and that is worrisome for Nick the Gamer, because that's the battle we were looking at. Nick the Gamer and Sanchit Bal for that 10th position on that leaderboard. But now VA seems to have put a wrench in that plan, and Nick the Gamer now has more things to worry about in this race, SK.
Yeah, I think Nick the Gamer has to, try and secure P4 or P3, because if he stays behind VA at the moment. Sanchit is going to pull away, and we can see that the front of the pack, the top three, very close this time around. Not the usual story that we see where the leader pulls away. Abby is putting a lot of pressure onto Caesar. This race and this lap itself, that was a very aggressive start from Abby, but he wasn't able to hold on to the lead, because going into turn 1 he was in P1 for a split second, and then Caesar on the outside managed to get him. But look at Abby, he is continuously attacking, looking to peak on the inside. He's got much more speed now. Going into the advent arch, he has an opportunity into Vidal if he can break late, but I don't think Abby's going to take the risk. He peaks again, but he's going to stay on the outside. And late on the brakes, he's following Caesar very, very closely to hundredths of a second. That's the kind of gap you need going into the final stretch. If you want to use the slipstream and overtake into turn 1, Abby looks very, very fast on the exit. Is it enough for Caesar going to pull away? It seems as though Caesar is going to start pulling away 500ths of a second now. He's got over Abby Thakur, and Abby Thakur there got a second over Sanchit. So yeah, the front two runners now are going to start pulling away. You will notice, because they are much faster in pace compared to the rest of the racers. But Sanchit Bal here in P3, this man has to be very consistent now. 6 more laps. If he can hold on to it, I think that is going to be a well-deserved podium for Sanchit. Meanwhile, you can see Nick the Gamer here on the inside, going into arena, but there's a bit of contact onto VA. He's gonna slide and lose a bit of time. VA is holding on to his position. Good stuff coming in from VA. He was slower on qualifying, but P6 to P4 in the race. If he can hold on to 6 laps, he's gonna secure a bunch of points, and that's gonna put Nick the Gamer in a bit of a difficult situation. I don't think Nick wants to be in that situation. You can see him pushing. He wants to reclaim P4. But for now, it is going to be Caesar in P1, Abby Thakur in P2, Sanchit P3, VA in P4, Nick the Gamer P5, and Basit P6. As you say that, Nick the Gamer makes a huge mistake, goes wide onto Dunlop, and he's going to lose a bit of time to VA.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of time lost there. I'm surprised, looking at how the qualifying went for VA, that he's managed to somewhat redeem himself here during the race. The first almost 2 laps have been amazing from him. Not only has he managed to make up 2 places since the start on the grid, he's managed to fend off Nick the Gamer. He's putting in a lot of fast laps, and let's see if this unrelenting pressure will sooner or later pay off for Nick the Gamer, because he desperately wants it. He cannot end up dropping any more points here. He needs to make up 1 position and maybe even challenge Sanchit Bal to ensure that there is nothing left to fate as he moves into Interlagos for his last race of the round robin. But as of now, that one small mistake has meant that VA has managed to get some distance ahead, and now doesn't really need to worry about Nick the Gamer anytime soon. Caesar and Abby Thakur, their pace is completely different compared to the rest of the server here. These guys are putting in laps super fast already. 3.275 seconds a gap to the third place Sanchit Bal, who I think now has got himself a fair bit of distance ahead of VA, fair bit of distance behind Abby Thakur, and is nicely selling into this 3rd position. He wouldn't be too disappointed if he still does manage to finish this race in 3rd position. But Abby Thakur penalty coming in 0.2 seconds. So not sure if there was contact. It looked like there might have been a slight bit of contact between the 2 leaders, but Caesar just continues to stay cool, calm and collected, still in the lead. He's already managed to build his lead back up again in that 2nd sector, up to about 0.6 of a second, looking very comfortable out there.
I think it's going to come down to, Abby Thakur continuously pushing Caesar till he makes a mistake. Because if you notice, he is faster on Sector 1 and 2, and as I say that, there is a bit of a contact there between Nick the Gamer and VA. You can see the back end of VA's car, pretty smashed in, but he happens to stay in control. So I feel like Nick is definitely faster than VA, and Abby seems like he's faster than Caesar in a few sectors, but it's perfectly balanced because going into Sector 3, Caesar seems to pull away from Abby, and VA also, you can see in Sector 1 and 2 he's pulling away from Nick, but Nick puts all the pressure back in Sector 3 into the V-Doll. He's got a lot of speed this time around, and VA has that little bit of a penalty as well. Can Nick the Gamer make this work? He's in the slipstream gap. He's got enough speed on the exit. If he's able to tuck in, I think he's in a good opportunity to make the dive bomb and kind of push himself into P4. Is he gonna make the move is the real question. I don't think he is. It doesn't look like he is. Oh, he does. He breaks very late here, but VA is gonna say, you know what, that's a little too late. I'm gonna reclaim the position back, and this is gonna be a back and forth battle. This is lap number 4, so 4 more laps remaining after this, and that's 4 laps remaining for Nick to make a move onto VA if he wants to, you know, secure more points. And up ahead as well, Abby, Tucker and Caesar, I'm pretty sure these guys are still very close, or they're actually not close. It seems as though that penalties opened up a second space between Caesar and Abby, which means P1, P2 and P3 are all comfortable distances away from each other. No immediate threats as such, and Sanchit is going to feel mighty good about
Did go from 6th position on the grid all the way up to 4th at the end of turn 1. And down the start-finish straight, let's see if Nick the Gamer will eventually get an opportunity. He's going to try and look down the outside. I think he ended up looking a little bit too early. He wants to try and maximize using this slipstream here coming down to turn 1. He was very late on the brake the last time around. This time hits the apex perfectly, sticks to the racing line, and is able to keep up with VA here. Half a second the gap. Hopefully he can bring it down to about 0.2 of a second by the next time he's at the start finish straight. That is going to give him the opportunity he needs to outbrake VA into turn 1 SK. Pass it. Seems like he's pretty much all on his own here. Is a good 1 minute behind the pack, so he's not having the best of races so far, but he's continuing to try and put in his PBs here. He is in a fight with himself to try and get a good performance here, try and get a good time in and see that checkered flag through. Nick the Gamer though, this is where the fight is at. It's gonna be close. VA straight up ahead. Nick the Gamer, he's managed to drop that gap down to 0.25 off a second. He's gonna try look down the inside. Does make contact in towards the side. He's gonna make contact with VA. He takes the position. Does get 4th, and Nick the Gamer, let's see if he can hold on because VA is back again.
Yeah, this is a good battle here that we see in the mid-pack. Nick the Gamer and VA, they're not backing off from each other. You can see that sheer aggression. Oh my god, so much contact there, and both of them are gonna spin out of the track. Not something you want to see, but I guess at the end of it, you know, it was just a bit of contact there that threw both the racers out. And up ahead, Abby Tucker as well. There's a lot of battles happening. What happened up in front? It seems as though Caesar is
Yeah.
having a very, very difficult time.
It did look like Cesar might have made a mistake there in towards turn one. Not sure if it was contact or a mistake, but that has given Abhi Thakur an opportunity to push up ahead. Now, Cesar has managed to take back second position, but he's not going to be happy with that whatsoever now.
Yeah, I think it's more of a benefit for Sanchit than Abby, because Abby is gone in the distance, a 9-second lead. So this must have been a huge error caused by Caesar, which is going to allow Sanchit now to kind of put the pressure on Caesar and see if he can claim that P2. I think if Sanchit was a bit closer, maybe 2 seconds closer, he would have been in P2, which would have been a dream run for him. But it's unfortunate we missed that incident because we were busy watching that P4 and P5 battle, and I think back there as well, it seems as though VA has pulled away Nick the Gamer, spinning out into the grass. There we go, 3 seconds away, and there's just 3 laps remaining. What a turn of events for Caesar and Nick the Gamer here. Caesar losing P1 to Abhi Thakur, and Nick the Gamer spinning out in that incident after he made the overtake on Vidal. Do you think it was a clear bit of aggression there? Because I felt like both of them had contact. It wasn't one particular driver there. I felt like both of them didn't give each other space, and that caused that incident. But VA happened to, kind of recover and stay on track whilst Nick the Gamer went off completely. And you can also notice, see in the bottom left there, Abhi Thakur 2:17.473. That's faster than his qualifying lap, so he is pushing hard in this race, and he's secured that P1 for himself. He's gonna be smiling and kind of thanking the gods that put Caesar in that place, because for Caesar to lose almost 9 seconds on Abhi, that must have been a massive error going into turn 1.
Indeed, man. I mean, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it because we were watching the fight between VA and Nick the Gamer, which, in fairness, like you said, it was pretty much a question of neither of them wanting to back away from that. I think there was a clear bit of a contact between both of them. It was almost a 50-50 pretty much fight there, where neither racer wanted to back away and give away their position in that end corner, and VA, it's just that he manages to hold on to the car coming out while Nick the Gamer had a slight bit of a spin into the grass there and to recover back out, but he's managed to cut the distance down, all things considered. It's back to about 2.5 seconds remaining with only 1.5 laps left here on the Nürburgring GP circuit. It is day 3 of the round robin. Huge shout out to Toyota India for bringing this amazing tournament to India this time around. It's the first time that we do have a slot in the Asian Nations Cup. So it's a lot of glory that these racers are duking it out for in this tournament. Let's see if Cesar can continue to hold on to that second position. I mean, in terms of cutting that lead down, it has continued to stay at about 9 seconds for a couple of laps now. So I think unless Abhi Thakur makes a huge mistake, he should be able to hold on to the lead and take the checkered flag and P1. But this is another fight that we haven't really talked much about. Sanchit Baul versus Nick the Gamer in the leaderboard during this race. I think Sanchit's done a fantastic job of holding his own and continuing to set fast lap times here on the circuit, and always keeping that gap to that fight for 4th position behind him. And contact on a couple of occasions has meant that Sanchit's been the one who's benefited out of all of those, and has pulled away significantly here, and might see a podium finish for the first time in the round robin, allowing him maybe even a huge chance of making it into the finals, SK.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure now on to Nick the Gamer, because if he's not able to take P4 away from VA, he's going to lose a bunch of points. And as we say that, VA goes wide. There's an incident again. I'm guessing Nick the Gamer
Well, that was all VA, by the way. Nick
Yeah, I
the
don't think
game.
Nick was even close for that. I
Yeah.
think VA pushed way too hard going into T1, and he is. And just as I said it, right, I was just gonna say that there's gonna be a lot of pressure on Nick if he's not able to take P4, and he takes P4. But Sanchit here should be very happy about his performance. P3 gets a podium for himself, like you said, first time in this round robin. And if he's able to consistently put another race in Interlagos and get a podium there, Nick is gonna be counting to that last point, because it puts him in a very, very difficult situation. VA had a nice opportunity this race, but it seems as though he's thrown that away. And whilst all this is happening, Abby Tucker up in P1, he is flying towards the admin arch now one last time. He's had a brilliant race, kept the pressure onto Caesar till he made a mistake and capitalized on it. P1 for Abby Tucker, and Caesar reclaims P2, almost losing it out to Sanchit there, but that 9-second or 7-second lead that they did set because of that blistering pace early on is going to see him through in P2, while Sanchit in P3 has a lot of gap as well. Abby Tucker, they're almost going off the track for a bit. But he is gonna come down slow and steady there into the final corner. Celebrations are in store. Abby Tucker secures another finish, P1 for him, and Caesar in P2, qualifying, in P1, but unfortunately, with that big error, he is gonna see himself in P2, and Sanchit.
That's that's the most sober celebration we've seen from Sanchit. He's not taking any more chances on Nürburgring after yesterday's event. So he's calmed. In fact, it was events from day one. So he's calmed himself down. He knows what's on the line here. He absolutely needed that P3, and he's managed to hold on to dear life. An amazing race from him to get P3. But congratulations are in order for Abby Tucker, who does take first up on Nürburgring. Caesar, an amazing race himself, except for that one incident up at turn 1 that did cost him the lead. It did look like he was going to be able to see this through, despite Abby Tucker almost staying on his heels for the entirety of 2/3, I think, of the race so far. Basit Parker, though, it's been a slow race from him, but huge props for sticking it till the end. He's able to see the checkered flag here. Huge props to him, and this does make things very interesting as we set up to head into Interlagos, because that is pretty much the last race for this pack. So qualification, elimination is going to be completely out of the hands of Nick the Gamer and Sanchit Pal after the next race. That is where they're going to have to step up their game one last time to try and push for that spot in the finals. There we go. Basit comes in nice and clean. Abby Tucker, your winner. Caesar second. There's never really a doubt. It was just a question of who was going to take which positions at the end. So celebrations in the Abby Tucker corner at the end of this race. So any thoughts on the race we just witnessed, SK?
I mean, clean race, but those incidents there, I think, caught the drivers off guard. Turn 1 had the, two massive incidents. One was Caesar, and then one was VA, and also that big fight into the crash that happened. I'm so glad that Nick was able to recover from it, and then capitalize on the mistake that VA did, and he secured that P4. So it's not going to put him in that much of a threatening spot, but Sanchit is the man to watch now, because he has a very, very strong chance to take Nick out of that top 10.
Indeed, man. With that, we're done with the first race for the day. We have 3 more races lined up for you today in the final day of the round robin for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shesya. That is SK. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back again with the same set of races heading in onto Interlagos. Let's see who comes out on top there. See you folks then. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the second race on Interlagos for Groups A and D of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shesay. Joining me is SK, please. We just witnessed Abby Thakur take the victory on Nürburgring. Cesar unfortunately couldn't hold on to his lead that he did have for the majority of the race there. I think the last 2 laps remaining, he loses it, and it was barely any time for him to play catch up and retake back the lead. It is time to pretty much head on over to Interlagos, a fresh edition here in round 2. So for a lot of these races, it's a more relatively newer experience as compared to Nürburgring, which they did race on quite a fair bit in the previous round as well. So let's jump on in. SK, let's talk about your predictions for this race, and who do you think has the opportunity to take the victory here?
I think it's safe to say that, Cesar, again, he's the one that's going to be in contention. Hopefully doesn't make mistakes this time around. And Abby Thakur, I think these are the 2 guys. We saw them clearly pace-wise. They were much faster than the rest of the pack. Sanchit as well. I think Sanchit would be hoping that he can replicate that podium finish from Nürburgring and steal the show this time away from Nick the Gamer. And let's not count out VA. VA had a brilliant race, but unfortunately, one huge incident, actually a couple of huge incidents, and then one incident that he caused by himself by going off in turn number 1, kind of let go of that point scoring position towards Nick the Gamer. And Nick, obviously, last race for him. If he needs to qualify and keep himself in this top 10, he really needs a proper race this time around. Good qualifying followed by a good race, and he has to be aiming for that podium, or at least a higher position finish than Sanchit and VA, because these are the 2 guys that can threaten him in that position.
Yeah, let's stick with Abby Thakur for a hot lap through Interlagos. You're coming in through Senna, is gonna have to hard brake after a super fast straight there. Next up into the sun turn. It is a fast-paced turn as you start to build up your pace coming down to the opposite straight. You pretty much hit maximum speed here. It is a pretty long straight and a hard brake down as you head towards the lake descent. So a couple of slow turns here, and another tricky part of the map coming up here in the circuit, the horseshoe. You're gonna have to brake hard, and missing the racing line here is gonna cost you a lot of time, because there's a lot more turns coming up ahead after this as you come towards Small Orange, heading in towards the Small Pine Tree. You're gonna end up losing a lot of time through the entirety of this section if you don't nail it perfectly. It's a very slow, very tricky part of the circuit. Coming in through Duckbill there as you start this long left turn, sliding a little bit, locking up the tires as you're heading towards junction, costing a little bit of time there for Abby Thakur. He's gonna end up shooting a little bit too wide there as well. So not the most clinical of laps as he heads down Cafe in towards the pit lane entry, through the bleachers, into the start finish straight as you hug the pit lane. Actually, he's not gonna hug. He knows that time is not great. In fact, he is P3 at the end of that first lap. A lot of mistakes throughout that entire lap. I'm sure he's going to be able to fix that before this qualifying session does come to an end.
For sure. I think the first couple of laps, usually it's very easy. They take it easy or they push too hard sometimes. But I feel like these blistering fast laps comes in around that 10-minute mark, halfway into the qualifying, where they are comfortable with the track, they're comfortable with the car. And then they start pushing consistently, and obviously the tire change as well. You'll see a few of these guys go in for that tire change and then push in for that last lap. The initial ones, I've seen a lot of mistakes being made, Not something you'd expect considering, they've already raced here for 2 days now. So you'd expect them not to make these mistakes. But again, a lot of pressure for some of these guys, especially if we're talking about Sanchit, Nick the Gamer, and VA. They're all in potential positions to either secure a top 10 or get eliminated at the end of this race. So a lot at stake for these three individuals. Caesar and Abby Thakur are going to be smiling up at the top there. I mean, they've kind of put themselves in a very comfortable lead from the rest of the pack. And they have Fun Anywhere, Ancient Pleb, and the rest of the dudes who are going to also qualify alongside them. For me, it's like just looking at all these names, the real excitement is going to be the next two races as well as the grand finals, because I think by the end of the round robin today, after the two more races that we have, we will literally be left with the fastest of all the lobbies combined. And when I say fastest, this is just about 300ths of a second, 200ths of a second gap in qualifying and races. You're not going to see races where, the front of the pack is 10 seconds away. You're not going to see races or qualifying sessions where everyone's super far away from each other. You're going to see the top 10 best, racers from the country pushing the Supras to the limit in the GR Supra GD Cup Asia India qualifier. And just when I say pushing, this is also something you will see when you push too hard. You are going to hit the barriers, and that's going to reset your whole time. And I think Abby there went a little too much, hit the curb a little too much, and it just kind of drags his car on the inside, and he loses the back end. So I think Abby's going to be looking to get a fresh set of tires now that he's had that incident and gone into the gravel. Sanchit here having a bit of a tough time as well in a few corners. For now, Caesar is the one leading with a 148, and like Shade said, it is not the fastest lap we've seen. I think the 146 from Ancient Pleb, that is the fastest lap we've seen in Interlagos. That was day 2 of the round robin, and Caesar as well has contested that time with a 146 of his own and a 147. So I guess he's gonna be pushing as well. Nick the Gamer, this is the man. He needs a very good qualifying session because Sanchit is a whole new beast this time around. It's almost like a new and improved version that Sanchit's brought into day 3. So he really wants to get that top 10 position and qualify to the finals. The only person that's in the way right now is gonna be Nick in this race. So let's see if Nick can improve on his time. 151 for now, but I think Abby still has to put in a proper lap, and VA is also waiting on that proper lap. So yeah, for now it's gonna be Caesar in P1, Sanchit in P2, Nick the Gamer in P3, VA in P4, and Abby Thakur in the pits in P5.
Yeah, I think Nick the Gamer is gonna feel relieved, to say the least, after Nürburgring. It did look like VA was gonna continue to hold on to that 4th position, pushing Nick down to 5th and potentially giving Sanchit a way back into the top 10. I mean, it can still very much be a reality, but Nick has still got a say in this. He did manage to get into 4th thanks to that last lap mistake coming in from VA, where he shot wide at the first turn, allowing Nick to retake back that position, which looked highly unlikely before that. So right now he is lapping 0.6 of a second slower than Sanchit. So Sanchit's objective for this race is gonna be to pretty much stay ahead of Nick, both in qualifying and during the race. So let's see how that works out for him, and if he can in fact make that a reality, SK.
Yeah, I think there's a whole lot of defending and aggressive racing that has to come out from Sanchit, because he needs a very good finish in a podium or a P2 or even a win for that matter. It's something that Sanchit really needs if he has to push and put Nick the Gamer in an uncomfortable situation. For now, he is much faster than Nick, so that is a good sign for him going into this qualifying session. Abby is still in the pits.
So I just got word from the race towards that Abby has had a power cut, and he's
Oh no.
saving whatever juice he's left in his UPS for the race itself. So he's not going to be putting in any more hot laps for the rest of the session unless he does have power back, and instead is going to try and make it through the entire 8 laps of the race. That's very unfortunate. I mean, we've been having some power issues during the lockdown, and unfortunate for Abby Thakur that it's hit him at the absolute worst time, SK.
Yeah, but let me remind you, Abby's done this before.
Yeah.
In the qualifying stages, forget the round robin. He's done this before in a, in a qualifying in a BO1, like pretty much do or die sort of situation, where he did set a qualifying time, and then he came back, rejoined for the race, and started all the way at the back, and he still finished P2. So with the pace that Abby has and the points that he's already accumulated for himself, I think he's okay with starting from the back and at least securing a P3 or a podium for himself, right? All of these guys are in point contention, so I'm guessing that Abby will join back into the race and then push as hard as he can, because he's got enough points, he's got enough podiums, he's got enough wins. It's safe to say that he's probably secured a spot already in the grand finals. But for now, yeah, unfortunate that he did have a park cut, but this is India at the end of the day. There we go. We see him at the, looking in the opposite direction. He's not moving at all, so that's going to be Abby out of qualifying. Hopefully he can join us in the race. Caesar, Sanchit, VA, and Nick, the 4 remaining members in this qualifying, in about 10 minutes left before we call it and move towards the race. VA is trying to improve on his time. He is faster than Nick the Gamer this time around at Interlagos, and Nick the Gamer is going to be kicking himself, because if VA happens to hold him back in the race again, I think it's going to be very troublesome, because Sanchit is... he's already in P3, right? So Sanchit clearly has a much faster time and a better pace than Nick the Gamer, who's struggling in P5 at the moment. If it continues like this in the race, I think Nick is going to be in a very, very tricky situation.
Indeed, man. Nick, he's got to pull up his socks and go for it right now. If not, I think the ball's going to be no longer in his hands. I think it'll come down to how Meister manages to perform in the 2 remaining races today. But as of now, he's pretty much at the back of the grid for this race, at least, as a decent bit of time remaining, if I'm not mistaken, 7 more minutes of qualifying. Abby Tucker, in fact, moving around in the track, that is a positive sign, at least for him. He is back up to 2nd position, so it's going to be starting at the front of the grid. The only switcheroo that we've had compared to the last race is the fact that VA now sits ahead of Nick the Gamer, and considering how good of a start VA did have the last time around, where he did make up 2 places at the end of turn 1 itself, I think it's going to be a threat to Sanchit Bal as well going into that Senna S. If he can get himself off the start nice and fast, you never really know how things play out at the end there. But I think we might have disconnected out for a wee bit. Let's quickly head back up onto track in a second there. But SK, what are your thoughts on the qualifying so far? I mean, we've pretty much had Cesar dominating it as expected, and I think that's going to continue to be the trend for the rest of this race as well, SK.
Yeah, looking at the times right now, it's definitely like I said, if it stays with Caesar, Abby Tucker, Sanchit, VA, and Nick, it's going to be very troublesome for Nick. So he needs to somehow either step up in the race, or he needs to like get a podium for himself, because it's going to be two races back to back where he's not able to secure that P4 or P3 that you'd usually see Nick in. And considering the fact that he's in 8th or ninth on the top 10, and there's two more races left with the other group, I think this is do or die for Nick the Gamer, as well as Sanchit, if he wants to secure himself a spot into the grand finals moving into next weekend. That's going to be on the 26th. So yeah, for now, I feel like these are the three guys that really need to step up, because up in front, Caesar and Abby, I don't, even if they don't finish this race, I think they have enough of points to stay in the top 10. But the rest of the guys who are with 20 points, with 18 points, are the ones that are gonna need to push and need to secure a proper position. And Interlagos, like we know, there's a lot of mistakes that happen even with the best of the drivers, and there's a lot of incidents, a lot of punting, as we say, happens in the first corners, in the second corners. Like there are few places for overtakes, very limited overtake opportunities as well. So qualifying is very, very important. And also in the race, you can capitalize if the front runners have an incident. We saw that happen with Ancient, right, where Ancient crashed and then RB2 Speed just took over, and then he took a win for himself. So even the fastest of the racers can get into these incidents and it'll force them off, and that's where these mid-pack guys can really secure some points for themselves. But it is do or die for Nick, Sanchit and VA, and I'm hoping that they can have a good race.
Yeah, I'm just getting word from the admins that it in fact is going to be a server restart. I think might have been a lobby crash there at the end for everyone. So we're just going to quickly jump back into that circuit. So it was very interesting to see how that race played out at the start. The huge surprise, like you said, was the fact that VA was lapping faster than Nick the Gamer, and that is something that now that we have a short break ahead of us, the racers are gonna recompose. It's a good time for Nick as well to see where he's been going wrong. He's gonna find some time back here out at Interlagos to try and correct those mistakes, because if he does eventually end up P5 at the end of the race and Sanchit continues to stay at P3, I think that is just about enough for Sanchit to squeeze past Nick in the overall leaderboard at the end of this race. And yeah, top 10, that's all the racers are looking at here. There is, of course, all the bragging rights at the top of the leaderboard, where you want to be the one to come out on top. You want to be the one that everyone in pretty much the leaderboard is scared of. Their eyes are all on you going into finals week, but the fight is for the bottom pack of the leaderboard, that 9th, 10th. This is where you want to get in, because into finals, eyes are going to be, all of these racers, like you said, they may be off the top of the leaderboard, but these guys are only fractions of a second slower than the leaders in the grand scheme of things. So these are also racers who've been putting in a lot of time on this circuit. They've been loyal to the game for a very long time, and now that there is pretty much the first ever opportunity in the country to try and get recognized as one of the top racers in the sport, that in itself is quite a bit of accomplishment for all of these guys to try and make it into that finals week and say, hey, we are one of the top 10 racers in India for GT sport. And at the end of the day, in a gaming community, besides the huge prize pool that is on the line, I think bragging rights is pretty much everything. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back shortly onto Interlagos, so don't go anywhere. right, welcome back everyone. We are back on track to start the qualifying back out again. Sorry for the small hiccup, I believe we did have a quick lobby restart, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty much back again. Scissor up in the front. They're pretty much on their outlaps here. Let's look at the distance between each of them. Nick the Gamer and Sanchit Bal are headed out pretty close to each other. I think Nick the Gamer will look to slow down a little bit here on the outlap.
Yeah, it looks as though it's like a full reset now. So equal opportunity for everyone to get a better qualifying time, or at least better their qualifying time from last time around. We can see Caesar now finishing his outlap, going into the first qualifying lap. This is a full reset. I think we've been we joined by Abby Taco. I think Abby's still gonna knock.
So Abby still doesn't have power, so
Okay.
he's gonna continue to stay in the pits. He is in the race. He's gonna start P5 and try and work his way through the race itself. So let's continue. It's an unfortunate situation. Pretty much the same thing he was in the last time around as well. But we're gonna keep our eyes on Sanchit here and how his lap comes out, because I think all things considered now, Sanchit, he's got a golden opportunity to not just go P3 in qualifying, but go into P2. So let's see how he does on his lap. The first hot lap though is not great. He's slipping and sliding all over, especially the first two turns there at Senna S and the Sun turn. So looks like
yeah, I mean, I feel like Sanchit is, he's got decent pace, but he can do better, because most of these corners that he's making mistakes on, it can be corrected pretty easily, right? He's not making any huge mistakes. It's just minor twitches here and there, which is costing him, like, at the end of it, these 2-3 incidents are costing him like a second. So overall he does look much faster than Nick and VA. So it should be a comfortable P3 if he's able to secure like a proper qualifying time. Meanwhile, considering the fact that Abby is not going to be qualifying, Sanchit has a brilliant chance at starting on the first row of the grid alongside Caesar.
Indeed, man. Let's have a look at Sanchit here. We're going to stick with him as he takes us through his second hot lap. The first one, we did see him do a couple of errors at least in the first segment itself. So I think this is not going to be anywhere close to being competitive. He's got decent bit of race, and a lot of races do like to hug the pit wall coming in, but he's going to set himself pretty much to hit the apex here early going into Senna S. Uses pretty much all of the curve there on the exit, back onto the curves, even kissing the green part of that additional curve there, moving in towards the opposite straight, full speed ahead, down towards Lake Descent. It's a hard break in. Is good 0.3 of a second faster than his PB, so he's made up that time, but I think he pretty much kissed the grass there on the exit out of that turn. It's gonna be some precious few quarters of a second gone there yet again. He's only 1/10 of a second slower than VA though, so decent bit of pace here in the final segment, and he can still make up that remaining time. 2.4 seconds though behind the leader Scissor, who's put in a scorcher of a hot lap here. I think without Abhi Thakur, he almost certainly will take P1 here up at Interlagos, and if it's incident free, we know his pace around this circuit. It's not his first time. It's not gonna be his first time winning either if he does take the victory here today. He did win, I believe, on day one as well. So,
the big improvement is actually VA. I've seen this guy like consistently improve over the weekend. So, big props to VA. He looks so much faster on Interlagos this time around. I mean, seeing him in P2 is a very pleasant surprise. And if he can get a P2 in the race, that is going to be a very strong weekend coming in from PA, and he will also put himself in that spot where he can threaten Nick the Gamer, because I feel like Nick the Gamer is the one that has to be feeling a lot of pressure going into this qualifying, because he's been being hunted by Sanchit and VA, and he has a whole other lobby to worry about, which is the next two races that we have. I think it's between B and D, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So,
no, it's actually B
like
and C. This is A
B
and
and
D.
C, yeah. So it's another lobby that he has to worry about. So it's going to be up to all these people here to put in as much, kind of concentration and better times and like a brilliant race, because of the fact that they have a whole other lobby to worry about, and it's going to, ruin their chances of getting themselves secured into that top 10, because it's only 10 racers that are going to move forward from the 24 or 20 odd that we have already. So it's pretty much cutting half the racers that we've seen today. It's gonna feel bad to see most of these guys go, but at the end of the day, it is racing, it is motorsport, and it is the GR Toyota Supra GT Cup Asia India. So we have to cut down, and then it's gonna come down to, I think, the top 3 racers who will then move on to the Asia Cup. So it's gonna be very demanding and a lot of pressure. Even the next lobby, I feel like that is the next lobby as well. There's gonna be a lot of eyes on some of the people, primarily because of the fact that there's too many people in that 5th to 15th position that all have like 2 to around 8 points difference.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be anybody's slot, right? It's not just gonna be we can't, it's not even like safe to say that we know these are the people that will qualify in the top 10. Maybe the top 5, yes, but the rest of them, we have no idea, and it's all going to come down to this race and the next 2 races.
Indeed, man. I think the next one is, for the first time, we will get to see Fun Anywhere and Ancient Pleb in the same lobby. So that's going to make for a lot of fireworks at the front. I'm super hyped. Again, 2 titans who've been pretty much dominating their respective races now will get to go head to head. It's already giving me the goosebumps for the next couple of races, but we're gonna have to wait on a little bit as we do go ahead and finish this race ahead of us here. A little bit of business left here with Group A plus D. Nick the Gamer is actually in P2. So he's managed to go significantly faster than his qualifying the last time around. Sanchit, we did see head into the pits, so it's fresh set of tires for him coming out, and another window of opportunity to try and take the fight to Nick the Gamer. And starting front row for Nick the Gamer, if it does indeed continue to remain the same, would be a huge improvement to his previous outing here in Interlagos, SK.
I mean, it is going to be a huge improvement if he's able to do this. I'm very happy to see him set that P2 time. But let's keep in mind that Abby is also mostly going to be joining us in the race, right? So about 7 to 8 minutes remaining in this qualifying. But going into the race, it's going to be all 5 of these guys, and I don't really see Caesar or Abby kind of backing off, because they are going to fight for their rightful spots, and I feel like Caesar is going to go for P1. But I'm very happy to see Nick the Gamer in P2 at the moment, because that's going to give him that extra bit of time ahead, or it's going to give him that start where he doesn't have to be stuck in traffic, because usually what we see with Nick is that he's stuck in traffic, he's battling all the way to the end of the race. So this time around, in the front row, he doesn't really have to worry about that, and that's what qualifying is all about. It's trying to put yourself in those front rows so that you can avoid the first turn incidents, you can avoid traffic, and kind of have this free track in front of you once you do get away, and you don't have to worry about being behind a slow car or wasting time trying to overtake someone or fight for your position in general.
Indeed, man. In fact, VA goes faster than Nick the Gamer. What a turn of events has this been here. The restarts completely shifted things around. VA, who was almost, I would like to say, struggling the last time around, is all of a sudden found it in him to go lightning fast and is in P2. Sanchit, though, there you go, he retakes back his second position on the grid, and now that we have pretty much come to, I think, a little bit more than halfway through qualifying, we are back to how things were the last time around. Cesar in P1, Sanchit in P2, we in P3, Nick in P4. It's pretty much time for Nick to step things up again. It was pretty much in the same spot, 2 positions behind Sanchit, everything to play for on the track. Let's see what he can do on his outlap here. Does go towards the exit. Tires locking up a little bit, but he manages to keep the car in check and using all of the curve there on the exit back out towards Duckbill here. A very steep turn back down, heading into Dive, where you start to pick up the pace. Dive Junction Cafe, that's where you go absolute all out into that start finish straight, and he's locked the tires up again. It's going to swing wide. Pressure, did it have any part to play in that? I'm not really sure, because now with the clock ticking down, there's only so many opportunities left for Nick the Gamer to try and make something happen here in qualifying, and such kind of pressure does at some time force you over the edge, and in motorsport that pretty much is all the difference between getting a blistering fast lap or completely blowing at escape.
Yeah, I mean, that's very unfortunate, but you know who's going to capitalize and who's smiling? It's going to be Sanchit, because that is just a very, very good lap coming in from Sanchit. 400ths of a second behind Caesar. This is the same guy that was almost a second or a second and a half, and now he's closing it down and putting that pressure onto Caesar as well, right? So Sanchit is having a brilliant weekend, at least the last race as well. He got P3, and he is on course for a P2 if he's able to hold that position, because I don't think VA is going to be able to do it, because VA is almost a second off of Sanchit. So yeah, we're going to continue to see that battle between VA and Nick the Gamer, but Sanchit is going to be very, very confident going into this race with just like about a couple of minutes left. So potentially one last lap remaining for all these guys here in qualifying for the last race of their round robin. So again, super pressure situation for some of these guys, and we saw Nick as well. He went off track, he made some mistakes, and that's the kind of pressure that you are in, because there's a lot at stake here. Top 10 qualifying spots. If you're anywhere in that 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th in the leaderboard right now, you might want to muster up every remaining concentration and push towards getting a faster time, and that's what Sanchit's doing. He's just come in today with a very good mental, and you can see it reflects in his time, setting 2 good laps, and now he's put himself in P2. So yeah, VA and Nick now must feel a lot of pressure considering how well Sanchit is doing.
Indeed, man. And that first turn is going to decide quite a bit of how the leaderboard is going to shape out as well. Nick the Gamer, can he make up places there, up past VA and maybe even Sanchit Bal? Because he's got a new set of problems to worry about, and that is going to be Abi Takar in P5. So he's not gone into qualifying. He's going to start in the third row of the grid, but Abby is going to be looking to make up places very early on. So that's going to be a lot of pressure for Nick to deal with, besides just trying to get past VA and Sanchit Bal. And he's got his hands full for at least lap number 1 of the race, SK.
Oh yeah, that first lap can go anyways. We've seen that time and time and again. But I still think, Sanchit has a very strong chance at qualifying. I don't know why, but I feel like, he's the guy we have to watch out for, because Caesar, we know for a fact that, if you give him a little space up ahead, he's going to pull away from the pack. And I don't think if, Abby has to worry a lot, because he's got like 2 podiums, or he's got like 3 or 4 podiums already, right? So he's kind of in the safe spot as well, and he's one of the fastest. But yeah, Sanchit, VA, and Nick the Gamer, these are the guys that we are going to be watching the most going into the race. Just the last couple of, I think, a minute left.
So we have 3 more minutes remaining in qualifying.
Is it 3? Okay.
Yeah, it's 3. 7:05 is when we will jump into the race. So I think most of these guys are not lapping. In fact, Sanchit is just chilling there at the pit lane entry. He's more than happy with his P2 at the moment. He knows he's given it all. He's not going to be able to make any further improvement on the grid position there. Caesar continues to put in even more fast laps. He's managed to pull up to 0.4 of a second ahead of Sanchit there. Continues to hang on to P1. VA continues to hang on to P3, and 0.04 of a second behind him is gonna be Nick the Gamer. We're gonna stick with him to see if he can continue to improve on his position, or will he have to start in P4. Another minute, a couple of minutes remaining here of qualifying.
Can he better his time? That's the real question here, because he's got 2 minutes. But he's struggling a lot in this track. We did see, but then again, Nick the Gamer in the race, he's got a different type of aggression. He's a different beast when it comes to the race itself. So, if he can recover these positions, then good on him. But if he doesn't and Sanchit capitalizes, I do have a strong feeling that Nick might be in a very bad spot. And even if he does get eliminated, I think it's only going to be like a couple of points. So I'm hoping Nick makes it through. I'm hoping Sanchit also makes it through, because the fact that he's shown us a huge improvement coming in today. Nick cannot better his previous time, which means he's going to stay in P4. So current standing, Caesar in P1, Sanchit in P2, VA in P3, and then Nick the Gamer in P4 with Abby waiting in the pit lane. But if he does join the race, he is going to start from P5, and that's also a little added pressure for all these guys to try and hold Abby back, because we do know he's got a very, very strong pace as well.
Yeah, we know the kind of pace he's going to bring into the race, right? He is going to be blistering fast at the back. He's going to be looking to make up track positions as quickly as he can. And there you go. 5 seconds before we head into the race here. It's the absolute last race of the round robin for these guys in the lobby. All eyes will be on Nick the Gamer, Abby Tucker at the back, because I think that is where the action's going to be at. Sanchit Bal is going to be under pressure from VA. VA, we've seen him get off to an amazing start the last time around at the Nürburgring, but here at Interlagos, the lights are a go, and it is a good start for Cesar. He's going in fast into turn one. Sanchit Bal, is he going to try and dive bomb him in? He does break a little too late, but Cesar continues to hold the lead, and Sanchit Bal tucks in behind him, and Abby Tucker, what a start is that, boy oh boy. We hyped it up as much as we can, but did we expect him to go P3 at the end of turn one? Absolutely not, SK.
Yeah, I mean, 2 overtakes in the first 2 corners itself. This is the Abby Tucker we know. This is the Abby Tucker brings his A game, but he does serve a penalty there, so he's gonna go wide into that corner, which is gonna put him back into P5. So we're gonna get some exciting stuff again now, considering Abby does move down to P5 and he still has that penalty on him. But Sanchit, he had a very, very good opportunity. Almost, shut down Cesar there. But look at this though, Nick, the gamer, is bringing his A game this time around. He's put himself in P2 because Sanchit makes a mistake and goes wide. This is something we want to see. Nick the gamer, do or die situation in this last race of the round robin for him. And he has put himself in P2, and VA also taking down Sanchit there on the inside. So Sanchit, who qualified in P2, is having a whole lot of trouble in lap 1 at Interlagos.
Well, he got off to a very good start there up into turn 1, but it's pretty much Nick who's managed to not only pick up a couple of positions, but he finds himself in P2. Abby is still all the way at the back after that crazy start that he did have. Not sure if he went a little too wide on one of those turns in the mid sector, but he's got quite a bit of places to make up now. He's already all over Sanchit there, and not too far up ahead is VA as well. A 3-way battle here for P3 going in to Lake Descent. I think Abby Tucker should be able to outbreak him, which he does, and continues to hold on to the racing line there as well. VA almost swings a little too wide there, maybe giving Abby an opportunity to immediately look back. He is fast down the straight, and he's going to try and dive him on the inside. Can he make this happen? Yes, he can. Abby Tucker holds on. VA swings wide, and Sanchit says, thank you very much. That's my position. P4 taken away. VA back at the last there of the pack. 2 mistakes, and he finds himself 2 places behind. How have the fortunes turned, SK?
Oh, it is Abby all the way there. Aggressive stuff. What a brilliant line coming in from Abby Tucker, making it look easy. They went 3 wide into that corner, and Abby comes out on top. 2 positions again gained in just a couple of corners, and now he's gonna start hunting down Nick because the pace is in. Abby has tucked himself into his race seat. He is gonna start pushing, and can he spoil the day for Nick, who's sitting in P2 at the moment, but 6 laps remain. You can see Abby already pulling away. He's just got 2 seconds to catch up onto Nick. Will he be able to do that, or will Nick secure P2? Because if Nick has holds P2 this race, I think that's going to give him a very good chance of qualifying in the top 10. You can see him, he's pushing, but Abby Tucker is well in the back. He's already caught up 600ths of a second in just in not even half a lap. It's just about 4 corners. So Abby is coming for Nick the Gamer. I just hope there's no contact or any sorts of incident that kind of puts Nick behind, because even a P3 is good enough for him. and Sanchit as well. If you see what Sanchit's doing, he is following Abby's line. So he's putting himself in that situation where he wants to be dragged along. So everyone's pace now on par with Abby as he catches up to Nick, and only 600ths of a second left. So Nick is very, very slow going into the sector number 2, and Abby Thakur already on the attack. I think he's gonna make a move by the time we reach bleachers. He's closed in as much as possible. You can see him taking different lines here. And Nick the Gamer is going to go wide, which means Abby is going to have a very, very good chance coming into bleachers. After this turn is when we will see if Abby has enough speed exiting. He tries a look on the inside and he actually goes for it. So aggressive stuff coming in from Abby. Even before we reach bleachers, Abby's going to take the lead away from Nick the Gamer. And look at what Sanchit's doing. Sanchit's already tucked into the slipstream, so he's going to get a good opportunity to go on the outside and attack Nick the Gamer. Will he do that is a real question, or will Nick the Gamer defend this position? They've got enough speed. It's all going to come down to the braking as they move into corner number 1. Sanchit goes in and there's a bit of contact there. Nick the Gamer not going to be happy about it, but he's going to close the gap onto Sanchit again. Lot of contact coming into the Senna S's as they move back in. Nick the Gamer is going to lose position and move all the way down to P4, Shade.
He goes down to P4, Abby Thakur into P2. The drama unfolds here on Interlagos, but Sanchit there, props to him, uses the slipstream absolutely to perfection. They're going into Senna S, goes down the inside, back on the outside, quick out of turn number 2, keeps the lead, and Nick the Gamer, boy oh boy, didn't he try to challenge him for that position, but I think Sanchit was the big winner there. Abby Thakur breaks late and pretty much forcing Nick the Gamer to break out and let Abby go through. I mean, that was the perfect overtaking move, but what that did is shave off some precious few quarters of a second there, allowing Sanchit to not only catch up to Nick the Gamer, but catch up at the absolute perfect time heading into the start-finish straight, giving him that slipstream, giving him that opportunity to have a look down the inside going into Senna S, and he takes that opportunity with both open arms, and he's gonna be into the podium positions 4 laps in. Coming in to almost the midway part of the race, it is Sanchit's race to lose from this point on, SK.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Sanchit is able to like hold this, and is VA out? What happened to VA?
I think he left. Yeah, I think he left the lobby. So
Oh
it's
my
pretty
God, okay.
unfortunate.
So just 3 more laps remaining. You know, anything can go wrong, man. Sanchit can make a mistake. Nick can capitalize. But if it does remain like this, it is going to come down 2 points, and also come down to that last 2 races. We still have 2 more races remaining. We have the other group to play out. So I guess there's a lot of factors in play right now. And if I were Sanchit or Nick, I'd be a little worried, considering there's a whole other lobby that they have to deal with as well, not just the race here. But for now, I think put your head down, finish the next 3 laps, and just see where it goes. But Sanchit should be very happy with his performance this weekend. He looks, looking pretty good and leading towards a second podium. So back-to-back podiums for Sanchit, who ended up being most like a back marker, at least in the first 2 days. But it's really nice to see him on the podium for race number 1 as well as race number 2 if this does continue.
Yeah, I've just been told by the race admins that we in fact did have power issues here back again, so he pretty much had to retire out of the race. So that was pretty unfortunate for him, but I think this was the battle that we were pretty much looking for. VA unfortunately had fallen out of contention even for contesting P4 while he did eventually have to drop out of the race, but Scissor, it's been again a clinical performance from him, man. He's been super fast around Interlagos, and he's just going to continue to set the pace here. 10 seconds now the lead to Abby Thakur, who's had an amazing race himself. Started all the way at the back of the grid in P5 and has worked his way through some sizzling overtaking moves, edge of the seat action, and in second place, I think he's going to be more than happy to just see it over the checkered flag at this point of time, considering he's been facing some power issues himself. So that checkered flag is gonna be pretty much a sigh of relief for Abby if he does make it there, SK.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised, with Abby's aggression at all, because we know he's pretty much one of the fastest, racers on the in this tournament itself. So, but that start was crazy. I mean, P5 to P3, and then he dropped all the way to P5, and then now he's in P2. So, I was pretty much expecting that he would kind of secure P2, but Caesar up ahead. This time around, he's just got a 10-second lead, so he's gonna be happy with his finish as well. But Sanchit, like I said, this is where the real improvement comes in, and I hope we see someone like this as well in the next two races, because he's surprised me completely going into these two races. But Nick the Gamer, let's not count him out. 2 more laps remaining, but you can see him kind of close the gap down. He's got a second, and let's just say that we know Sanchit makes a lot of mistakes as well. Can Nick push hard enough to force Sanchit into a mistake where he can make up the time, because both of them are flying at the moment, and you can see that 1.2 seconds is not really much. One mistake on any of the corners, you go wide for a second, and Nick the Gamer is already fighting you. So yeah, we got to keep an eye out on both these guys, because at the front, I think Caesar and Abby Thakur are long gone. You can see them on the circuit there. They have already opened up a huge gap. So it is going to come down to Nick and Sanchit, and you can see it. Nick is clearly pushing. He's brought the gap down to a second now, but 2 laps, a lap and a half remaining. Can Nick the Gamer secure a podium in Interlagos? The last race for him in the round robin.
Well, he's made up a lot of time there, and looks like he is very close now. Hot on the back of Sanchit Bal. It's less than half a second as they make their way through towards Orange, and now going to be heading into Small Pine Tree. This is a part of the circuit you actually don't get too much of an opportunity to overtake, but I think coming down towards Junction and Cafe is where Nick will look to stay on that slipstream, use that pace down the start-finish straight, and make an identical move to what Sanchit did to him the last time around, where that move did happen, because this is the last time that Nick will have a look at Senna as they come in for the final lap. So it's now or never. He needs to make up some time here. It's 0.7 seconds ahead. So Sanchit Bal did manage to get a much faster final sector there. And is that few tenths of a second all the difference there is? That's gonna
come down. Yeah, it's gonna come down to the wire. I like this aggression coming in from Nick the Gamer. He is pushing, man. You can see him sliding all over the track there. Only a second between these two. Can Nick the Gamer pull something out of the hat going into this corner now? He's got a lot of speed, but it's all gonna come down to the braking. If Sanchit makes a mistake, Nick is gonna capitalize, but looks like both of them smoothly out. Nick is pushing. You can see that Supra sliding out of every single corner, which shows you he is pushing really hard here to try and make up that position. 900ths of a second and a second. That is the gap right now between him and a podium. Can Sanchit hold on, or can Nick make something happen and snatch the podium away from Sanchit? That is what we are trying to see here as he goes into the last couple of corners. Caesar here, he is long gone. 14 seconds ahead of the pack. Like, this man here had a clean race, and one last time on the bleachers in this round robin. All the pressure relieved as he is going to pass the line and secure himself a spot in the top 10 and the grand finals. What an amazing drive in throughout the weekend for Caesar and Abby Thakur as well. Two of the top guys that just showed us how consistent and fast they are. Uh, and it is going to be the end of the weekend as both these guys have secured their top 10s. And Sanchit there holds on to P3. Huge improvement for Sanchit. Back-to-back podiums. And Nick, the gamer, ends in P4 shade.
Yeah, and we unfortunately had to disconnect mid-race, but yeah, credit where it's due. Congratulations, Cesar. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we did expect him to take the victory, regardless of how things play out here, SK. So, congratulations to him. Well-deserved second position, though, coming in for Abby. Starting P5, everybody expected him to make it into that top 2 position, and he did it in style. Huge congratulations to Sanchit as well. I think he did a fantastic job of not only recovering from what would have been an absolute blunder where he gets dropped all the way to the back of the pack, eventually managing to hold on to that effort coming in from Nick the Caber in that penultimate lap and the flawless final lap as well to ensure that he holds on to that 3rd position. Let's see how things play out at the end of the day, if that is going to be enough to take him into the top 10 and into final race day next Saturday. But we still have 2 more races coming up for you today. It is groups B and C that will be coming up next. Fun Anywhere as well as the Ancient Pleb. SK,
Man,
thoughts on that?
That's gonna be an insane race. Like I'm way excited now looking again the fact that these two guys are gonna go against each other. They are pretty much the I think they've set the maximum amount of fastest lap between the two of them. So excitement at maximum. And let's hope there's some neck-to-neck racing, and I think that's the lobby to watch out for. Again, it's going to be last chance for all the people as well in that next lobby to set whatever times they can, whatever positions they can finish in, because every point matters from now on to secure their top 10 moving into the grand finals, which is on the 26th. So this is the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier. 2 more races remaining on round robin, day number 3. But yeah, it is going to be an exciting one, so stick around, guys.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit with more race action for you. See you folks then. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the final group of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shesay. Joining me is SK, please. I'm super hyped for this race, man. We have an absolutely stacked lobby here, SK. What are your good predictions for this one?
I have no predictions. After I saw the test race, I don't think I have any sort of prediction. But yeah, excitement off the roof considering the fact that um, I think the tournaments, like the majority of the fast races in the tournament, are in this single lobby. So yeah, I mean, I'm stoked to just jump into the race and see what these guys can bring to the table. Because Ancient Pleb, Fun Anywhere, we have our KV as well. We have Fierce P and Shammy. So LB2 Speed, again, honorable mention. There's 9 racers this time around, so this is gonna be a crazy, crazy lobby. Just 2 more races remaining in the round robin before we, get our final 10 that will be moving on to the grand finals on 26th of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifiers. So 2 more races left for every one of these guys to secure their spots and also topple other people away from the top 10. So let's see what they have in store for us today. Like I said before, we have some of the fastest racers in all across the tournament stacked in this one lobby. So I'm just like stoked to see what these guys can bring to the table.
I mean, we were already talking about goosebumps from just thinking about how this race is gonna play out, and we finally get to jump into the lobby. LB2 Speed, RKV, Fun Anywhere, Ancient Pleb. I think that pretty much says it all. These are people who are in the top 5 right now, all in one lobby. A round robin format was where we had 24 racers, all split into 4 groups of 6 each, and we had 2 races between combinations of 2 different groups over the last 3 days. The absolute last one is where we pretty much saved the best one for you, and I'm sure this is going to, compared to the last few races that we witnessed, I think the difference is going to be the front of the pack is going to be very challenging. I also believe we might not get to see, small little subdivision packs happen in the race. We might just see the entire pack stick together from start to finish, because that is how competitive each single racer in this lobby is, SK.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, that all these guys are fast, but yeah, up ahead in the front, I really can't predict which single racer will take it away, because LB2 Speed, Fun Anywhere, Ancient Pleb, Fear Speed, Shami, all these guys have their fair share of wins and podiums, so can be anyone's race, but at least we'll see like a 5-way, 6-way battle up in the front. And that's what I'm really excited for this time around. You can see these guys as well, even in the qualifying, such good pace coming in from every single one of them. We are on board with Fun Anywhere as you move towards the Dunlop hairpin. And you see this guy, he's just super fast around this, very clean on the turns, and in the exit speed, he's going to carry a lot of speed compared to Shami, and he's going to move towards the Schumacher. Has his 1:13 on sector 1, pretty fast time coming in already, and this is just his first lap, so he's going to continue to improve as his tires get more grip, and he's going to go into the bends. You can see the line difference. Shami's going to go wide, but Fun Anywhere just sticking it close. But will Shami being in front kind of ruin his chances here? Because he can get a small advantage from the slipstream, but going into Vidal, if Shami does break early, he's going to completely, destroy Fun Anywhere's time. He is looking strong, 155 as he enters towards Vidal. Perfectly done. Shami slides a little, which means Fun Anywhere has to. He gets a little bit of collision. I think that was bound to happen there, but it's unfortunate because he had a very fast time. And look at this, LB2 Speed already setting the fastest lap of the qualifying, 2:17.285. But we know for a fact that Ancient Pleb is faster. And as I say, that Ancient Pleb goes to P1 with a 2:16.482.
Yeah, Shami there, I think, ended up braking much earlier before getting into the end corner. Actually, you see, Shami actually apologized on chat as well. I mean, there was a situation where, unfortunately, there's nothing Fun Anywhere could do. That's not a braking point right there. Shami just hits the brake. I think he might have just lost the car a bit and brake to try and catch it before he completely wings it, but that ends up pretty much spoiling Fun Anywhere's lap right there. But this is just qualifying. So they've got a lot of time to work with. There's no reason to end up actually running into traffic right now. I think you just ease out a little bit, even head into the pit if you have to completely readjust, get yourself a fresh set of tires and just wait till you find yourselves an empty piece of track to get onto. And I think that is something that at least Fun Anywhere would want to readjust to. Right now, he's got nothing to worry about. He's got an Ancient Pleb in front of him. He knows that guy is lightning fast, and unless Ancient Pleb is kind of taking it easy, he doesn't really have to worry about him getting in the face of Fun Anywhere and maybe costing him some lap time.
Yeah, I think that was very fast time coming in from Fun Anywhere, but unfortunately that little incident kind of cost him. But there's still a whole lot of time left in the qualifying, and also fresh set of tires that we know Fun Anywhere pop somewhere, towards the middle of this session. So it's not all lost for Fun Anywhere. He's still on par now, 2-minute 1 as he exits Weed. Also, that's gonna be a pretty fast time, but this is the guy to beat. 2:16.482. Can he top it off? And I think he is on course. Oh my god, 2:15.979. That is the fastest Nürburgring lap we have seen from Ancient Pleb. This guy is on fire, and I am pretty sure he's gonna continue to stay at the top there. He's made some improvements overnight, and you can see it in his time there. He bests his lap from yesterday, which was a 2:16.6. I think it's 2:16.658, and as I said that, he slides around a little, loses time there, but what a lap there, Shade. 2:15.979. I don't think we've ever seen this in the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, and I also got an opportunity to catch up with Ancient Pleb last night, and I do owe him an apology and a small correction on what happened on Interlagos on day 1 of the round robin. It seems he did take some contact from B2 Speed, which is why he ended up going wide in that first sector during lap 1 of the race, which ends up going down, and it wasn't down to a driving mistake on Ancient Pleb. So that considered, I think he's pretty much driven flawlessly throughout this entire tournament. He's been super fast. 3 out of 4 wins already in the round robin. 4 out of 5 if you consider his victory during the qualifying round as well. He's only lost the 1, and that too during contact. So 45 points at the moment, sitting up top the leaderboard. I think he's going to continue to stay there. I think if he does not really run into too much trouble, he's going to be a heavy favorite to take both the race wins today. But we haven't seen Ancient Pleb in the same lobby as Fun Anywhere. We've been talking about a potential fight for that top spot between these two heading into yesterday, but I think we had Fun Anywhere having a horrendous time out in Nürburgring. He comes in P3 in that race and eventually loses out over 5 points in total in that race for the top position at the end of day 2. Here's redemption time. Here's where he gets an opportunity to straight up go head to head up against Ancient Pleb in 2 races, but I did not expect Fun Anywhere to be P5 almost halfway through the qualifying session. SK, that's a pretty big upset in itself.
Yeah, but then it's not. Like, I keep saying this because of the fact that, we saw what happened at Interlagos yesterday with that last lap where even Ancient was in a position where we never thought he would be. But on that literal last lap, we saw Ancient set a scorcher. So it ain't over till it's over is what I'd really like to say. But yeah, it looks as though Fun Anywhere is kind of struggling this time around. I noticed that he is slipping and sliding all over the place in most of these corners. So I would want him to put a faster time, and I think we both know that he does have it in him to get P2, P1 also. But for now, ancient pleb is in P1. Abi2 speed, no surprises there is in P2. RKB in P3, Prad Prakash in P4, Fun Anywhere P5, Shami in P6, Fierce B P7, and Maestro in P8. I'm surprised to see Shami and Fierce B all the way down there as well. So I'm guessing none of these guys have yet to get a fast time, considering the places they are at.
Yeah, and it might just straight up be to the fact that Ancient Pleb, Abi2 Speed, and RKV are putting in significantly faster times. This is a combination of players that we haven't seen race together thus far in the tournament. So it might just be a case of them being a tad bit slower compared to the rest of the players on track here in this couple of races. So they still have a fair bit of, I think, 8 minutes remaining in qualifying to try and make up this time, but it's going to be very touch and go. And looking at how fast Ancient Pleb has been, it's a good 1.3 seconds ahead of Abi2 Speed alone, and I think he's pretty much gotten himself sorted for the rest of this qualifying session. It probably doesn't really have to break a sweat anymore and just let the rest of the pack play catch up. Our KV has been one of those racers who's also been in the middle of the pack throughout day one. Just sitting at the 9th, 10th position on the leaderboard, but he's made significant progress yesterday where he did manage to get very good race finishes. In fact, finds himself in 7th position on 26 points at the end of day 2 of the round robin stages. So he's gonna probably expect himself to finish top 3 here in both the races and seal his spot in the finals. Prad Prakash.
So, yeah. Prad Prakash as well, surprising here. I mean, I've not seen him before, but he's got pretty solid times. He is in P4 at the moment. He is faster than the rest of the pack. That's Fun Anywhere, Shami, Fierce B, and Maestro. So, can this man, put together 2 good races and qualify is the real question. But considering the fact that, you have Ancient and Abi, getting P1 is going to be a tall ask. And you need to be really fast to try and compete with these 2 guys. Because I think we've seen them in every race. We've seen them in P1 and P2, or P2 and P1. The 2 blue Supra RZ20s, we've always seen them up ahead in this particular group, and I think it's going to continue to do so unless Fun Anywhere's red Supra can ruin the party and squeeze himself into that front row.
Look how close he is to that pit wall on the exit, trying to squeeze as much time as he can, and
wow, he bests his time. I think he's done. I think Ancient Pleb is probably done for. Yup, I don't think he can believe it either. 2:15.817. He's parked the car on the side. I think he's called it because of the fact that is just an insanely fast lap, and I can put my money on Ancient Pleb right now and say nobody's going to beat that lap for this qualifying session, because Abi is like a second off. Fun Anywhere is nowhere to be seen, and the rest of them don't have the pace as of now in qualifying, so unless any of these guys can pull out a amazing lap, I think it's going to be Ancient Pleb, who's got almost 800ths of a second on Abi2 Speed, with a 2:15.817, fastest lap in Nürburgring in the entirety of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier in Nürburgring. So big props to this man. He's been pushing, and you might think for a second that okay, he doesn't have any reason to push that hard considering he's already P1, but he's just besting himself in this qualifying session, and I think it's more of sending a message as well going into the last race that he is the one to watch. And I think currently, if he does have good starts, he can be the guy who can take it all the way.
Indeed, man. Our KV finds himself in third position, a good 1.9 seconds behind Ancient Plebs. Blistering fast lap, I must say. Prats Prakash, we did see him on the previous turn just swing a little too wide there, maybe making some contact on the gravel, but our KV, I don't think will have too much trouble here in the end corner, but he almost loses it there. So many times you've seen racers try and push the boundaries, and you know, that small bit of the tire just touches, pretty much kisses the gravel, and you've lost almost everything you've done so far. Ancient Pleb is sitting there at the edge of the track, down the start finish straight, just relaxing. He knows, yeah, he's got this P1 secured, but Shami is going to go into the pit there. Looks like a fresh set of tires coming in with 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is it too late because of the fact that there's only 4 minutes remaining in this qualifying session? Getting that fresh set, then getting an outlap, and then trying is going to cut it very, very close. And I don't think it's a smart move, but, you know, let's see if he can squeeze in one more lap.
Something we haven't talked about is Shami's race pace. We've seen him not be the fastest racer out in qualifying. I say that considering he had, I think, started second row yesterday on Interlagos. But all things considered, this has been one of those racers whose race lap times is so fast. He makes up so many places up on the track, so he's going to be someone to watch out for despite him starting third row. Let's see if how much points does he have right now. If I might say, Shami is sitting on 6th position with 27 points, so he is in the top 10, just about in the second half of the top 10 of the leaderboard. So he's in a very comfortable positions here and will be looking to make up some points because he's only trailing by 5 points with Abi2 Speed. But Abi2 Speed starting second here looks to try and extend that lead and maybe even overtake Fun Anywhere if he does not have a good pair of races here, SK.
That is correct. Shami's race pace that you were talking about is you know, completely justified because even though his qualifying isn't the strongest, he makes it up during the race. But then again, let me remind you, 8 laps with one of the fastest lobby, that is gonna seem like a flash at this point of time because of the fact that all these guys are gonna be doing much faster times. You know, every corner is going to count because no racer here wants to give any sort of defensive you know, position or defensive leak where you can capitalize on it, and everyone's going to be on the aggression trying to keep their places because this is one of you know, the last 2 chances here, this race and the next Interlagos, for all these racers to secure as many points as possible moving into the finals. And I don't think Shami is going to back off at all coming into the race. We've seen him challenge the likes of Abi2 Speed, Ancient Pleb, Fun Anywhere, Fierce Speed. Like he's doesn't really care who's on the track in front of him. His pace is immensely good during the races, and let's see if Shami can start from P6 and make an improvement there, because I'm surprised to see Fun Anywhere in P4. Maybe he's having a chill weekend because he knows for a fact that he's already secured enough points, and as we say that he is going to move off track. But Ancient Pleb, I think this man's here just to bring the heat. He's going to, you know, stay in P1 with 2:15.817, the fastest lap of the tournament on Nürburgring. Then followed by Abi2 Speed. Prat Prakash surprised us here. Now he's in P3. Fun Anywhere in P4, P5 RKV, P6 Shami, P7 Fierce B, and P8 Maestro. And the race is gonna begin. So take it away for one last time on Nürburgring in this round robin shit.
Yeah. Nürburgring is played host to some spectacular races so far in the tournament, and it's going to be one last time here in the round robin stage. 8 racers on the track. Ancient Pleb rightfully on pole again. He's taken pole every single race here in this stage. The lights begin to go. 4 reds, off they go. All 8 racers off, an Ancient Flame. Again, what an amazing start. He's going to be able to pull back across straight into the racing line. Abhi to Speed behind him. He does have a lot of traffic coming down into turn 1. Abhi to Speed wants to challenge this on the outside. Has he gone a little too wide? And Fun Anywhere completely sets it. Tags into Prad Prakash, who's down to 4th. Fierceby wants to challenge almost immediately. Meister, what a huge win for him from 8th all the way to 3rd. He is fighting to try and get into the top 10 of the leaderboard. And boy, oh boy, has he pulled out a rabbit from the hat. Here in turn 1, Prad Prakash almost immediately going on the challenge, looks down the outside, way too wide, no track for him, but that's not going to be the case coming in here. Meister right in the middle of the road. We know he's an absolute beast at changing the way he drives on the track to prevent overtaking opportunities, and Prad makes connection there on the turn. Meister's completely lost it, and he's gonna get bumped down. That was unfortunate there. Abhi to Speed though, up ahead in 2nd place. Prad is in 3rd. Fierceby is in 4th. Fun Anywhere behind on the chase is up in 5th. Arkavi, another racer who did get a decent bit of time in during qualifying, but
so here's the thing though. RKV got into an incident and dropped all the way to 8th, and then he had to fight back, and then when the incident between Maestro and Prad Prakash happened, he happened to capitalize on that, and he overtook Shami as well, because while the car spun out, he did make contact with Shami. So Maestro went into Shami had to move wide, and then RKV capitalized and came back. But Fierceby now gets overtaken by Fun Anywhere. Fun Anywhere already having a very good start, 2 places in this first lap alone, and he's going to start chasing Prad Prakash, who has that 2-second lead. And Prad Prakash is definitely surprised all of us here. It was a bit of an aggressive incident that happened between him and Maestro, but I feel like Maestro didn't give enough space, and he was on the inside as well, but Prad was already almost a car length, like he was already ahead of him. So I think, Maestro should have eased on the throttle there and let him pass instead of that collision happening, because that cost Maestro almost 4 positions. He could have fought back for that P3, but it's going to cost him and put him all the way in 8th now. But Ancient Pleb, 1.6 seconds ahead of the pack. I honestly don't think anyone's going to catch him now. He's one racer that once you give him a good lead, he is gone. And Abhi to Speed struggling there. He cuts a whole corner, gets a 1.5 second penalty, which he has to serve by slowing down. Then we have Prad Prakash in P3, Fun Anywhere in P4, Fierceby in P5, RKB P6, Shami P7, and Maestro all the way at the back. 18 seconds between him and Ancient Pleb, and 6 seconds between him and Shami. So I think Maestro is pretty much out of this race now. There's 6 seconds and 6 laps remaining. Not the best situation you want to be in. And up in front there, Ancient Pleb already opening up 2 seconds as he's flying down the Schumacher S, and he just looked solid. And can he do a back-to-back again in day 3? That is the real question, because right now he's looking forward to that finish as well.
Indeed, man. It is Ancient Pleb who continues to extend his lead by half a second every single lap out. Abhi to Speed has gotten into his space. Ooh, goes very wide. Does a fantastic job of hanging on to the car there and not completely losing it. Would have cost him a position or 2, considering Prad as well as Fun Anywhere are not too far behind here as well. Fierceby stuck himself into 5th. RKB, like you said, did lose, I think, a couple of positions there at least at the race start, and he finds himself in 6th place, but it's just a 2.8 second gap over to Fierceby, and he is dropping it close to about half a second already. So let's see if he can maybe catch up to the front pack in another couple of laps or so. But I think the objective here for all the racers is going to be to just try and keep it clean from this point on, because I don't see too much of a close fight going on so far. As we come in through lap number 3, they've got a decent bit of gaps between each one of them, and unless there's a huge error in, I don't think we're going to see much of a overtaking opportunity, especially in the middle of the pack there, SK.
Yeah, I think you are right, because the whole back there, I expected it to be a much closer race and much exciting race, but it seems as though I might have been wrong there, because every single position has like a 2-second gap between them. So, with just about 5 laps remaining, closing in that 2 second is definitely a possibility. But I don't think we're going to see some exciting overtakes come in unless someone makes some huge mistakes going into these last 5 laps. But Prad Prakash is definitely pushing. Fun Anywhere as well, he's trying to catch up. But all these guys have like pretty equal pace. If you look at it, everyone's pretty much the exact same distance from each other. And like you said, it is going to be a similar finish all the way throughout the end, because of the fact that there's such a big gap between everyone. I feel like it was all for that first lap, because all the incidents kind of separated the rest of the pack, whilst Ancient and Abhi2 Speed just took full advantage and went all the way ahead.
And now we're pretty much getting to see a mirror performance of what happened during qualifying. Everyone is pretty much spread out. They're happily doing their personal PBs. They're trying to break that and not really worried about the racers ahead or behind you. And I think everybody's gotten themselves into a comfortable position in the race so far. But that might end up working as a double-edged sword. You don't really want to get too comfortable to a point where you get complacent, because GT Sport is a game that does punish you very hard for one tiny mistake. You lose your focus for a split second, and all the effort that you've put in throughout the entirety of qualifying and this race is all flushed down the drain. Hopefully that is not the case.
I guess, that is pretty much the case for this race, at least, because everyone had such a good qualifying, and you see the pack now, except for the first 2 places, everyone's scattered all around the place, considering the fact that all the incidents that happened, and pretty much that whole first lap just created a whole lot of issues for some of these racers. But they are fighting. Like, for example, RKV, he is trying to fight back. He's come back from P8 to P6, but Maestro, P3 to P8, he must be kicking himself. And he might have a few things to say to Prad Prakash going into Interlagos, because the start there, he kind of took advantage of all the chaos that happened there, and he pushed himself all the way from P7 to P3. But unfortunately, that incident with Prad saw him spin out, and then he got pretty much hit by 2 or 3 cars on the track before he was sent all the way to the end, to the last place. So yeah, the guy we're on board with now, Ancient Pleb, is just looking mighty confident. 3 seconds, about 3 more laps remaining, or 4 more laps remaining in this race, which is going to be the round robin day 3 of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier. Ancient Pleb, can he make it 2 more race wins? Because if he does, I think that would be a record as well for himself, because he started day 2 with a win, with 2 wins, and he is looking at starting day 3 with a win too, because that 2:15 qualifying time, it was just such an impressive time that I don't think anyone could have beaten it in this lobby. But Fun Anywhere, this is the guy we are still surprised. I think Shade and me both agree that we didn't expect to see him down in 4th, but it seems as though he's having a much chill weekend compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's kind of eased out as well. He knows this last couple of days haven't really been the absolute best for him, and he's put himself in a position where now he's going to pick up a few points, ensure that he still continues to stay at the top of that leaderboard, comfortably make it into finals week. All of these guys do have a 5-day break between today till we do see that finals on Saturday. So still a lot of time for these racers to improve on, a lot of aspects for them to work on as well, because so far we've seen 2 tracks in this tournament. We've seen this one, the Nürburgring, that was used for the qualifiers as well, and the next one, which is Interlagos. We're going to have 2 new tracks make an appearance for the finals. It is going to be 1 race each on 4 tracks, starting with Nürburgring, Interlagos. We're going to have Monza and Spa. I think Monza and Spa are going to be what you would call in baseball terms a curveball, to see how these racers can cope up with the variety that we have in racetracks. What usually happens is you have races on you have 1, maybe 2 different tracks on a single day. Playing 4 different tracks does mean you have to come in with a lot more homework done to ensure that you're consistently able to lap fast on not 1, not 2, but 4 tracks, SK.
Oh yeah, I think Monza for sure is going to be an exciting track. It has some deadly corners, and it's also very, very fast paced. And there's an incident here that happened. We see RKV going ahead and overtaking Fierce B. I think that was a small incident that did happen there, which is going to see Fierce B drop down to 6th. So RKV now making his recovery 8th to 5th, and he is going to get some higher points now. But yeah, 2 more laps remaining. I don't see anything else. Like you said, I think RKV is the only one that's actually made a lot of progress, but the rest of the field kind of, in a very decent gap. So I think we should just let it play out. And while you were talking about the finals, yeah, Monza and Spa, these are the 2 tracks I am kind of looking forward to, because we know what these guys can do around Nürburgring and Interlagos. We've seen them all weekend, and I think it's safe to say that we even can pick favorites going into these tracks. But Spa and Monza are something that we haven't seen, and that's when we're gonna see which racer really comes out on top. And considering the fact that it is in the finals, it is do or die, and they have a week though to practice for it, which is a big advantage for all the top 10 once they get announced today. It's a whole week of practice before we see them again on the 26th.
Yeah, it is 1 week for them to get ready for 4 of potentially the biggest races of their lives, to try and make it into that top 3 position and get to the Asia Nations Cup, where they will go up against the top 3 races from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand and Philippines. So it's not every day that you get an opportunity to represent India in the international stage of an esports racing tournament, and a huge shout out to Toyota India for bringing this opportunity down to this country. I mean, Toyota Gazoo Racing, which is of course Toyota's racing company, has been associated with several motorsport activities, the WC, WRC, NASCAR, Dhaka, Nürburgring, 24 hours, but it is their first venture where they've gotten in an opportunity for not just IRL racers but also esports racers here to show their mettle and prove that they indeed are one of the best GR Supra drivers in Asia, SK.
Yeah, I mean, it is, one thing is to qualify here, but going up against a whole different breed of racers, that's where I think the real test is going to come in. But for now, all they have to focus on is to try and get through this leg, try and qualify, try and become that top 3 that will move forward, and then they start. I think it's like 1 step at a time, just like Ancient Pleb right here, 1 step at a time, 1 win at a time. And I think this is going to be his 5th win in 6 races. Or is it a 5th win in 7 races?
No,
But yeah,
so
it is
it's
just.
so it is his fourth win in 5 races.
Oh, sorry, fourth win in 5 races. Yeah,
Yeah, that
he
is
got
of
one
course.
second place, right?
Yeah, that is also considering the qualifying race in round one as well. He got the second place on day one on Interlagos, where unfortunately it was him and Abitu Speed, in fact, who did have contact at one of the turns, and Abitu Speed was able to keep the lead and see it through to the finish line. But since then, it's Ancient Pleb who's continued to put in flawless performances track after track, day after day, and I think all the praises coming his way is totally well deserved. Brad Prakash this is in fact his first race in the round robin stages. He's sitting on 0 points, so 2 race wins, it's still not going to be enough to get him into that top 10, but I think he's racing, if not for anything, for pride here. He wants to prove that he can pretty much get into a lobby of this kind of talent and still come out on the podium, and it's going to be a big accomplishment for him in being able to achieve even just that escape.
Yeah, I mean that is completely true. But who do you think I mean, who do you put your money on going into the finals here? Because I feel like Ancient Pleb for me he's just impressed us time and time and again, and I don't know why I feel he's gonna be the one that's gonna take the whole show, because Fun Anywhere sort of having a slow weekend, or a slow day at least. He did have very good day one and day two, but to see him in P4 and day three is slowly kind of um, messing with my confidence, because I definitely thought that he would be the one that would actually challenge Ancient Pleb, but it still looks as though Abito Speed is the only one that has come close and has taken him down.
Yeah, he's been pretty much only one of the few racers who's been able to keep pace with Angel Pleb, and that's quite a big thing to say in itself, because he's been blistering fast throughout both qualifying and the race. But like you said, who is my pick going into the finals? I think without a shadow of a doubt, Ancient Pleb is going to be one of the front runners, but we really have no information on how his lap times are on Monza and Spa. If I think Abitu Speed right now, his opportunity is going to be to try and catch Ancient Pleb on those tracks while trying to stay as fast as he can over these two tracks and ensure that if there is a small slip up at the top, he puts himself in the absolute best spot to take advantage of just that. But it's not going to be on Nürburgring here during the round robin stages. P1 for Ancient Pleb. Amazing race coming out of him again. A flawless one at that. Abitu Speed a close second. And Brad Prakash comes in to take that last position on the podium. Fun Anywhere comes in at fourth. Our KV, it's been a topsy-turvy race for him.
But yeah, P8 to P5, I think he should be happy with that finish, considering the fact that he did get wiped out in turn number one. Shami and Maestro, both, you can see the damage on their cars. They've been in multiple incidents, but I think Maestro here is gonna be really down, considering the fact that he was P3 after turn one. But that one incident after the Dunlop, he dropped all the way to 8th and wasn't really able to recover. So Ancient Pleb, another victory for him. He's undisputed. He is just at a different level of pace compared to any of the other racers in this lobby. And he's continuing to dominate. Just one more race remaining for the round robin before we find out who our top 10 is. But it's safe to say Ancient Pleb is P1 on the leaderboard as well. He's secured enough podiums, enough points, and enough wins. Can he replicate a 2-win day again today is the real question. I have no doubt that it is a possibility, but yeah, let's hope Fun Anywhere or AB2 Speed, and we've seen AB2 Speed upset him on Interlagos. So if we can do that again, that would be amazing. But yeah, a brilliant race. Just after I think lap number 2, we really didn't get to see a lot of uh, excitement or overtaking. It was just people trying to keep pace or on par with each other, and the 2 second gap between every single racer continued all the way towards the end. Yeah, one more race remaining. Let's see what's in store for us in Interlagos.
Yeah, Interlagos is coming up sooner than you think. We're only going to take a very short break. When we are back, we're heading into the last race of the round robin stage. I think the top of the leaderboard has pretty much been very evident now as the races spread themselves out. A lot of these races outperforming the rest of the competition. But I think it's going to be coming down to seeing who will take those final 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th positions, which will move on to the final race day next Saturday. So don't go anywhere. A short break. Interlagos is just around the corner. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the final race here of the round robin stage for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shade Sayer. Joining me is SK. Please, I think we've already broken this race down as much as we can. We've talked about the favorites. We know who to look out for here. It's pretty much do or die for racers who don't find themselves in the top 10. This is the time that they try and give that final push and get themselves into the finals on Saturday. Without any further ado, let's jump straight into qualifying. SK, take it away.
Yeah, so one last time in the round robin, Interlago. We're on board on the outlap for Shami. We saw last race, it was Ancient Pleb that took the victory again, and B2 Speed in P2 and Prat Prakash in P3. So Prat Prakash here, surprising to see him again, in the top 3. We haven't seen him before, so he is a surprise entrant moving into the last day. But does he have it in him? 2 podiums, will that be enough to secure a place in the top 10? I'm not really sure. But let's keep an eye out, because he is pretty fast compared to the rest of the front runners. He stayed in P3 throughout the whole of the race last time, and he kept up with B2 Speed, one of the other super fast racers in this lobby. But the people that you really have to keep your eyes on are going to be Ancient Pleb, B2 Speed, Fun Anywhere, as well as Prat Prakash now, because it seems as though the rest of them are not putting in, that good of a first race. Shami, Maestro, Fierce B, RKV, had a lot of incidents and collisions going into Nürburgring, so hopefully they can avoid that into this race. Now we look at Ancient Pleb here, smooth on the exit there, maximum power. He is going to be trying to set the fastest lap again, and if he can get a P1 qualifying, I think that's going to be the 6th time in this weekend. 6 out of 6 first places for Ancient Pleb. Let's see if he can do that here in Interlagos. Shami ahead of him. You can see he's already faster than Shami just by the sheer pace that Ancient Pleb brings in. And he just handles this Supra RZ20 very good. Much better than the rest of the racers in the lobby. See that he's understood the car. It's a little balancing act as well with respect to the weight and the weight distribution on the Supra, and tire management also is one thing that we see Ancient. He's always jumped into the pits, going halfway into the qualifying, getting a fresh set of rubber, and then pushing for another good qualifying session. But as of now, it looks as though Ancient Pleb is definitely faster than Shami. Goes a little wide there into the last corner, and now he's going to lead up to bleachers in the start-finish stretch. Hugs the wall there, and now he's going to wide and start hugging the pit wall as well. And the time here, 45, 46. First lap, 47, Ancient Pleb. It's going to put him in the lead as Shami collides with the wall, something you don't want to see. Prat Prakash has to brake preemptively there, but the times as of now can be Ancient Pleb with that 147 starting off this qualifying session in P1. Then we have B2 Speed about 300ths of a second behind Ancient Pleb, and Fun Anywhere this time around P3 just 100ths of a second behind B2 Speed. So Fun Anywhere finally come out to play. RKB in 4th, 5th Shami, Prat Prakash in 6th, and Fierce B and Maestro are going to round off our top 8 on this last race of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier round robin stage, after which we will find out our top 10 racers that will move on to the grand finals. A lot at stake on this race. Anyone can upset any of the positions that are already in the top 10 and secure them for themselves, or we can see some of our fine racers also drop out, because only 10 are moving on to the grand finals. We know for a fact some of these guys already have secured places, like the likes of Ancient Pleb, B2 Speed, Fun Anywhere, and the previous lobby as well. We had 2 of them And we see RB2 Speed kind of moving away so that Fun Anywhere can move ahead. But yeah, P3 for Fun Anywhere this time around. Let's see if he can better it and get a P2 and start at the front row, or even get a P1, because he is pretty fast on this track. Our KV here in P4, looking stronger than his previous lap. He does get a better sector this time around. Off to the start, finish straight here. Can he make a 147.677? It's unlikely, as he crosses the line with a 148, which is still gonna keep him in P4. Shane, what do you think? You think anyone else can upset this time? Because I don't think this is Ancient's fastest time yet.
Yeah, I don't think, and it's always the case, right? Especially during qualifying, where traditionally the initial few laps you just want to get a feeler. The track's going to be significantly slower as well as the session progresses. I think after that change into the second set of tires is where you eventually tend to go the fastest, and considering the speed that is Ancient Web has put up, I think there is definitely room for improvement. RB2 Speed only 4.5 tenths of a second slower, so there are a couple of places, especially during this middle sector, is where he can make up significant amount of time over his PB and catch up. Fun Anywhere finds himself in third. Decent jump considering how his qualifying session went the last time around on Nürburgring. In fact, KV finds himself in fourth. Prat Prakash significantly slower in this outing, but like I said, it's still very early stages for us to get a feel of what are the grid positions for the race itself. But Meister is about 2.9 seconds behind the race leader, so not the kind of gap that we used to see in previous races where it would be over 10 plus seconds, but he's got a fair bit to make up here. Let's see if he can maybe challenge Fierce B or Shami, who are less than a second ahead of Meister right now. He's gonna make his way down towards the pit lane entry. We in fact see three racers diving into the pit very early on, including provisional pole right now. RB2 Speed is there as well, 6.4 seconds behind. Still a way bit off from the front runners, but he's still got more than half of qualifying remaining here to try and catch up SK.
Oh yeah, there's still a lot of time to catch up, but again, I really want to see someone contest Ancient Pleb's time. I keep hoping time and again that someone will, upset him and put him in the second or third row, but he is just a class apart in this Supra Cup, and he's just so consistent, man. He's just very consistent, fast laps after fast laps, and finishes after finishes. I mean, I don't think there's anyone that's had 4 wins out of 5 in this tournament, and Ancient Pleb there is, setting new heights for himself, and he definitely looks like someone that's going to be a good seat, and someone that is good enough, to represent as well, because he's going to be going to the finals. But if he wins the finals, I have a lot of faith in this guy to take it to the rest of APAC as well, considering how well he's been driving in this qualifier stages as well as the round robin. Just one more big step for him in the grand finals. Those 4 races, those all crucial 4 races, because all the round robins, all these races, all the practice, it all comes down to those 4 races next weekend, and that's where I want to see Ancient Pleb really step up. And if he can get 4 wins there, he has my vote, and he has my full vote of confidence going into the APAC legs, because for now it looks like he's just so much faster than everyone else, continuously out qualifying everyone else in his lobby. And it's not just like one particular lobby. Every lobby he's been in, He's been the fastest and the most consistent. It's just that one race, because of an incident, he kind of had his win stolen away. But I feel like, Ancient Pleb, Abhi2, Speed, Fun Anywhere, these three guys have shown us some very, very good racing uh, in this uh, in this particular series, and I really can't wait to get into Interlagos, get done with round robin, and that, and because the anticipation right now is killing me, moving towards the grand finals on the 26th.
Indeed, man. We're looking right now at RKV and Fun Anywhere. I think RKV eventually is on his out lap. He maybe wants to ease out a little bit more and try and put more distance between him and Fun Anywhere. In fact, Fun Anywhere breaks quite a bit hard. He wants to let RKV go through ahead, and Fun Anywhere, I think, coming in towards Junction and Cafe will continue to go slow. He's gonna have to start building pace here though, else he's not gonna have the ideal speed he wants coming down the bleachers and that start finish straight. RKV up ahead of him, but he's heading into the pit. That is why he wasn't really too concerned at that point of time, and he let RKV through. Brad's still pretty much up in 5th. Let's see how he's doing in these sectors though. Coming in towards the opposite straight, he needs to try and make up quite a bit of time. He's marginally better than his last PB on Sector 1, but locking up his tires again. They're having to brake a little bit more than he would have liked to. I think he's lost some more precious time in that lake descent and into Horseshoe right now. He's not going to be probably looking to beat his last best time, and he's gonna have to hope that with whatever is remaining in qualifying, he's able to maybe make up a place or two. Else we know for a fact being in that midfield isn't really the best of places going into that Senna S turn 1 SK.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I couldn't hear you on the last communication there.
No worries, man. You pretty much caught up on Prad Prakash. Strolling through.
Yeah, so Prad Prakash, in terms of pace from Nürburgring, he looks much slower than Nürburgring compared to the Interlagos. He was way faster there. P3, he was faster than Fun Anywhere and RKV. But this time around on Interlagos, he is P5 with about 300ths of a second onto RKV. So I wonder what's happening. And while I say I wonder what's happening, I see where he's kind of losing time. That Senna S is there. If you noticed, he went really wide on the left-hand side as well as the right-hand side bends. So yeah, that's going to lose him a lot of time, because that is one of those tricky corners that if you cannot master, if you don't come close to mastering, it is going to cost you a lot of time. Here as well, I feel like he's not carrying enough speed. So a few corners here, he's losing some time, which is why he's sitting in P5 at the moment. But Shami, Fiersby and Maestro, no responses coming in from these guys this time around. Very surprising that Shami's in P6. But then again, Shami with his race pace, pretty crazy.
Indeed, man. Let's have a look at how much time is remaining. I do believe we are almost at the end of qualifying right now. Maybe a minute or two to go. And I don't think that's sufficient enough time for the likes of Fun Anywhere and Maestro to finish another lap through RKV. He used to remain in 4th position. Shami and Fiersby haven't really been able to make up any places in the last 10 minutes or so. So they kind of continue to stay in 6th and 7th. I think of all the races out there, I think Shami and Fiersby have gotten enough work done yesterday. Fiersby is in fact in 9th position with 20 points. So it might not be as clear cut for him just yet. He's just about at the cusp at the end of day 2 of the round robin. So
I think it's yeah, it's safe to say they've done enough work in day one and day two, but you don't want to be, finishing off day three with like a very what do you say, low position finish as well, right? You want to continue that momentum and try and secure that P3, P4 because that is the sort of confidence you kind of need as well going into the final weekend.
Indeed, man. We haven't talked about that at all because these 10 racers, as they go into the final week, of course, all stats do get reset, but they've pretty much raced against the entire competition already. So they kind of know where they stand. And I think it's going to be a good confidence boost, especially if you can kind of make your way to the top of the pack to know that, yes, I can pretty much tango with the best and quite possibly make it to that top 3 at the end of the finals. Right now we're just going to stick with Ancient Pleb to see if he goes any faster than he already has, close to 9/10 of a second ahead of Abi2 Speed. And Fun Anywhere has put in a really fast lap himself. He's just about 7.5 hundredths of a second behind Abi2 Speed, but coming down junction here into Cafe, he's gonna swing a little wide, and that pretty much closes out the lap for him. Did look like he was on track to put a very competitive timing ahead, but seems like that's not going to be the case. All right, I'm being told it's a 9:11 start time for the race, so we still have about 2.5 minutes of qualifying left, SK.
Yep, we just have 2 minutes left, so it's going to be one last lap remaining for everyone here. Abi2 Speed on his out lap, fresh new tires. Can it make the difference for him? 800ths of a second, or almost 900ths of a second, that he has to catch up on. It is possible, but can he do it is a real question. 1:47.239, the time to beat as Abi2 Speed goes into the Senna S's there perfectly. He's got a good amount of pace, but he slides a bit there as he sees Fierce B there lying pretty much chilling in the corner. I think Fierce B has called it as well in P7, but a hundredths of a second already slower than his fastest sector. So not the sector you want to have, but Abi2 Speed is going to continue to push on these new set of tires. Can he best his time, or can he, make some sort of magic happen here that he could catch up on 800ths of a second? Highly unlikely, because he's sliding all over the place at this point of time. Does he get a penalty there? I did see all 4 of his wheels kind of go off, but seems as though he escapes that. But sector number 2 looks a little slippery, but let's see what kind of time he does put in, because sector 1 he was already slower than his previous time. Another big slide there, gonna cost him a few milliseconds. 1:20, so he does best his time by about 0.098. But let me remind you guys, he has to catch up almost a second if he has to beat Ancient Pleb. He can better his time, but I don't think this lap has enough to contest with the time of Ancient Pleb, who we saw on our screen there, who was just parked up on the right near the bleachers. He's enjoying his P1. Fun Anywhere as well. He's going to be settling down with P3. RKV here one last time again, trying to get as fast of a lap as he can. But second row start for RKV. I don't think he's going to be too disappointed about that. That is a good place to be alongside Fun Anywhere. Third row is going to be Pratt Prakash in P5 and Shami in P6. And the fourth row, P7 Fierce B, P8 Maestro almost disheartened, I guess, from the incidents that happened last race, because he's not had a good qualifying session at all in Interlagos. He's been struggling all the way at the back. Shami as well, losing a lot of time. It's about 1.5 seconds away from Ancient Pleb's time, and about 200ths of a second away from Prat Prakash, and Prat Prakash here also 131. This looks like a pretty fast lap. Let's see how close he does come, because 140 and he's already here. I don't think it's fast enough. So this is going to be the last car that's going to cross the line. Prat Prakash not able to do it. 148. That's going to put him in P5. And off we go to the final race of the round robin. Ancient Pleb is going to lead the whole pack for the 6th time this weekend. Take it away, Shade.
Yeah, for the last time in the round robin weekend, it's been an amazing 3 days of racing here, but it all comes down to this. The final race on Interlagos, the Ancient Flip starting on pole, Abi to Speed in second, Fun Anywhere and RKV make up the second row, and it's a go as all 8 racers go off. A beautiful start again for Ancient Pleb coming into turn 1. Maestro is all the way at the back, doesn't get the advantage like he did the last time around. No incidents, clean moves, they all hang on to their positions here. Maestro, oh, he makes some contact there going into I believe that was Fiersby tangoing all the way across, but Fiersby will be able to get ahead of him, but Ancient Pleb does get off nice and clean. Abi to Speed as well. I think that was pretty much one of the cleanest starts we've seen so far, considering.
But RKB does take the position away from Fun Anywhere. Fun Anywhere started in P3, but going into the corner there, we saw RKB edge out Fun Anywhere, so he's lost a bit of speed. As you can see, Shammy as well now attacking Fun Anywhere, and Prat Prakash is... Oh, that was Shammy that went out,
yeah.
Which means Prat Prakash is going to get a good opportunity here on the run-up. Can he make a move onto Shammy? Nope, he's not going to make a move. Meanwhile, Fun Anywhere back again on the aggression, is going to stop pushing in and up in front. Already there's a gap of a second between the front 2 runners and RKV. So RKV dropping back a little, a second already, at 1.2 seconds now. As Ancient Pleb and Abi to Speed fly across the last corner, going into the bleachers in the start-finish straight. Ancient Pleb goes a little wide, and Abi to Speed. 2 speed he is going into that corner, which is going to give RKV a very good run up on the outside. He's going to take P2 away from Abi to Speed, and look at Fun Anywhere. He's going to capitalize on this as well. He's got the exit speed on the outside. Best position to be in going into the Senna S's. Can Fun Anywhere close the gap late on the braking? Abi to Speed is going to collide. That is a lot of aggression coming in from Abi to Speed, unnecessary and dangerous stuff here. He is going to lose both those places after that. Too late on the braking there. Fun Anywhere gets a massive profitable move there, because Abi to Speed went into RKV and pushed him wide, and Fun Anywhere just got 2 positions there in the blink of an eye.
Indeed, man. That was a turn where there's just a few inches between pushing the limits and overdoing it, and that time around braking a tad bit too late there. Fun Anywhere was the big winner of that incident coming in from Abi to Speed, who initially swung wide, in fact quite a fair bit toward heading into bleachers. And the problem with doing a mistake in a position like that on the circuit is you're going to be continuously building up speed as you make your way through towards the start finish straight. So it's a long section where one mistake eventually is going to compound into quite a bit of positions lost, or quite a bit of time lost as well. So eventually Abi to Speed does end up losing a couple of positions, but he seems like he's trying to push as much as he can again wide on that turn. That was almost an identical mistake to what he did on the previous lap. Let's hope that that's an incident that doesn't repeat itself again for the remainder of the race. But it's been 2 laps, 2 action-packed laps, if I have to say anything about it, SK.
Yep, very action-packed indeed. Ancient Pleb again, you know, he's just having another race. He's not in this lobby. He's gone ahead 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds almost. But Fun Anywhere finally in that P2 position that we usually see him in the front. RKB now defending against Abi2 Speed. Abi2 Speed is very aggressive again onto that corner, but this time around he does break and give enough space without avoiding any collisions, because if you notice, all these collisions in RKV space is actually slowing down our B2 Speed, and Shami is caught up. We kind of mentioned time and again how Shami's race pace is completely different than his qualifying pace. He just thrives off the races, and you can see him there already at the rear bumper of rear bumper of Abi2 Speed. So this is going to be a 3-way exit coming into the start finish straight. Let's see if they can make some overtakes happen here. I don't really think so, but Pride Prakash is also joining in. But look at that though, there's an incident at the back. Maestro, I think, kind of had contact with Fierce P. He's going to push him away. Fierce P has a 0.6 seconds penalty, but the real battle there is going to be KV, Shami, and Abi2 Speed. Which one of these gentlemen have the speed to make that overtake happen? It looks as though Shami definitely had a better exit. He's stuck into the slipstream of Abi2 Speed now. Meanwhile, Ancient Pleb 4 seconds ahead of the pack. He is already entering the Senna S's, whilst the rest of the pack is just crossing the start-finish straight. Fun Anywhere 2 seconds as well ahead of our KV, Abi2 Speed, and Shami now. All three racers here, P3, P4, P5, just a second between all three of them. They've picked up penalties. Both these P3, P4 picked up penalties, which means Shami is in a good position to actually go for the aggressive push here as they serve their penalties. And you can see him doing that. He is rather close. I don't know if it's our KB space that's slowing them down, or if it's just Shami space that's Shami and RB space that are much faster, because you can see them all, close by, but when you move into the start finish straight, there's easily about half a second gap between all of them.
Yeah, I think Abi2 Speed, we did see him look for a couple of opportunities earlier where he did swing wide, even maybe dash down the inside in a couple of those turns during the middle sector to see if he can maybe sneak an overtaking move across. But like you said, we don't really know if it is RKV who's in fact slower and is holding up the rest of the pack there, but at least for the moment RKV, he's got a decent bit of open track ahead of him, and he's just going to be looking to ensure that he drives as fast as he can. Else Abi2 Speed, if he does make it down to about 0.2 of a second gap only, he can use that slipstream down into Senna S to try and make that move. They come in towards the start finish line, that is the halfway point of this race here. 4 more laps to go. Will RKV be able to hold on, or will we see Abi2 Speed climb back up and maybe even challenge Fun Anywhere for that second position, SK?
I think 4 laps is a little too less for Abi2 Speed to climb back to P2, because that is the position he started the race in. But yeah, he definitely has a chance here to take RKV in the next few laps. They are all very close to each other. You see Shami as well, right? He is kind of lurking there, hoping they all make, RKV and Abi make a mistake, and it can be a pretty much replica of what Fun Anywhere, the incident happened with Fun Anywhere, where Abi and RKB collided and Fun Anywhere kind of got 2 positions off that. So I think Shami kind of waiting on something like that. If he's seen both of them collide before. If they do collide again, I think Shami has a good spot to, good chance to be in P3. So he's gonna try again on the inside, but not enough speed. And you can see RKB sector 2. RKB has it down compared to Abi2 Speed and Shami. You'll see him pulling about a second off of these 2 racers in sector 2, which is gonna give him enough space as he exits into the bleachers and the final start finish straight. If you have a gap of about 500 to 800 of a second, that's going to kind of deny the slipstream advantage that these racers get in the final straight. And that's exactly what he's doing. But I think Shami definitely is in the slipstream. Yep, Shami is in the slipstream this time around. 200ths of a second, that's the exact gap you want to be in. Is he going to break late? I don't think he's going to break late, but no collisions. So good stuff coming in from both these gentlemen here as they go in to the turn number 3. Finish the center S's. Does Shami have enough speed now? That is the real question. Nope, there is a car length distance between Abi2 Speed and Shami, which means RKV is going to maintain that position. Abi2 Speed is going to maintain 4th, and Shami still stuck in P5. Brilliant stuff from these 3 racers here. They've maintained positions. Just 3 more laps remaining in this round robin. This is going to be the end. This is the last race, the last chance for any of these racers to try and push as much as possible and get a better position, which will result in much better points and also help them secure that top 10 overall leaderboard, because that's what counts. The top 10 will then move on to the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier grand finals. So it is do or die for a lot of these racers. They have to push, they have to secure whatever position they can, and you can see Abi2 Speed very, very aggressive this time around. He's very close to RKV moving into that last corner. This is the chance for Abi2 Speed. He's got a second penalty, but he's close enough this time around. In this slipstream, he tucks himself in towards the bleachers in the start-finish straight. 200ths of a second does he have it in him? Abi2 Speed already trying. He's looking for the outside edge, but he is not going to. Is he gonna break him late? I think he's gonna attempt it, but it is not enough. As you see RKV going in on the defensive, his car goes in because of the penalty, but Abi2 Speed, a bit of contact there, punts RKV, cuts the corner again, he takes some more penalty. Abi2 Speed is just getting so many penalties, trying to push for this position onto RKV. So Shami definitely has a very, very good shot as Abi2 Speed's car slows down to serve these penalties. There we go in the corner. It's just neck and neck their pace going into sector 1, but in sector 2 RKV pulls away, and in sector 3 Abi2 Speed closes that gap. Meanwhile, Shami is just patiently waiting for any sort of incident that happens between these two, so he can pounce on this and try and get a P3, a podium for himself. As I say that, Shami does slip, Shami does go wide. He's gonna lose some time. These two gentlemen, however, very, very close, 300ths of a second. He's gonna have another attempt after the horseshoe and into the palm tree corner and the back straight. That is where the overtaking opportunity lies. As we talk about the rest of the race, Ancient Pleb 7 seconds ahead, rest of the pack. He is gone.
RKV actually ends up going all the way down to 5th. He's trying to make a space back up onto Shami on the inside line. He will be able to get that position back, and Shami is gonna have to fall back in line, but he is very close though, coming down the start-finish straight. He's less than 2/10ths of a second there, so he might get a decent look down the inside line. Actually, no one really hugging the pit lane there. They're more than happy to give away that inside line, but I don't think we're going to see an overtaking move there just yet. Abi2 Speed though does get himself up to 3rd position. RKV settles back into 4th. Shami is up into 5th, and Maestro Prads Fearsby up in the rear of the pack, up at 8th position. But Ancient Fleb, final lap of the race here, SK, and it's been another clinical race coming from start to finish. Always at the end of the day, we've seen a couple of races where you manage to get pole, but you don't really get off to the best of starts, and if you do get into that traffic up at turn 1, things might just escalate out of control real quickly, but that wasn't really the case here. It's been pretty much flawless start to finish, and rightfully so. He's looks like he will take another victory. Of the 6 races in the round robin, this will be his 5th win overall. 6th if you count the qualifying race the last time around as well. And coming in through bleachers into the start-finish straight. Celebrations have already begun for Ancient Fleb there. P1, undisputably the best racer here in this entire round. Maybe even in the entire, easily in fact, in the entire tournament so far. Fun Anywhere, a well-deserved 2nd position. Abi2Speed hard for 3rd. Arcavi comes in 4th, Shami in 5th. Maestro will come in 6th position as Prads is very close, but he can't do much. Fierce B closes things out as well, and that will bring the final race of the round robin to a close. That was pretty much edge of the seat action from start to finish, SK. Ancient Fleb though, comfortable winner there at the end. I think we've pretty much said
he's a class apart. I mean, 5 out of 6 wins in the round robin and 6 qualifying in first place, all 6 races. So he is pretty much the undisputed king of the round robin. But anything can go wrong, anything can go right, anything can happen whilst moving towards the next weekend. But big props to KV there. He tried to hold on as much as possible. And Abi2Speed, honorable mentions obviously are Abi2Speed and Fun Anywhere. We expected them to do better. Fun Anywhere definitely brought his A game into that last race, but he wasn't able to close. I would have hoped to see KV up in P3, or Shami for that matter, but unfortunately, that whole battle created very different scenarios for all these 3 racers, and we saw them fight tooth and nail to the end, but it wasn't enough for them to take down Abi2Speed. And back at the pack as well, Maestro, he had such an amazing first race, at least the start, and that collision, I think, kind of put him in that demotivated state of mind, because he went all the way from P3 to P8, the collision with Prad Prakash. So, and then I just saw him drop completely out of the race, and his pace as well was completely down. So hard luck for Maestro. He started off strong, but wasn't able to really finish the race. But the rest of them, I think everyone did pretty good amount of work, except Fierce P, I guess. Fierce P had a much slower day compared to the day 1 and 2, but I guess all the work done in day 1 and 2 is going to help him carry or secure his spot in the top 10. And same with, I feel, with Shami as well. Day 1 and day 2 has secured them enough points. So I'm guessing, Ancient Pleb obviously is through. Fun Anywhere is through. Abi2Speed, Abby Tucker, Caesar. I think all these guys are through. I just want to see who are the last remaining 4 that have made it to the top 10 after almost 3 days of gruesome, crazy adrenaline-packed, races here. We had 6 races. Sorry, we had 12 races. I've pretty much lost track. But
we had 12 races,
12 races in 3 days,
yeah.
And it is come to this now, the final 10 spots that will move on to the grand finals of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier that will be going down on 26th of this month. That is next weekend on the Saturday. 4 races, like Shade mentioned: Nürburgring, Interlagos. These 2 we've already seen most of them race on, and the other 2 races are going to be Monza and Spa. 2 very, very fast races, and very capable cars and very capable racers as well that we've seen in the round robin. I've got my money on Ancient Pleb for now, but can anyone upset him is the real question. A whole week of practice and a whole week of preparation for the grand finals. if you're ready with the top 10 shade, please take it
Yep.
away and
Before we get
let us
into
know.
the top 10, though, I'm going to let you walk everyone through the results from today's races, as we just gave our admins a moment to get the final results in. SK, it's all yours.
So yeah, we saw race number 1, Abby Tucker taking the victory away from Caesar, and Sanchit as well. Sanchit, another mention here, I did forget. And Nick the Gamer at 4th, VA in 5th, and Basit in 6th. And in second race, we saw Caesar take away that win from Abby Tucker. So essentially, they exchanged the podium position. Sanchit again, consistent 3rd place. Nick the Gamer in 4th, VA in 5th, and Basit in 6th. In the 3rd race, Ancient Pleb, Abhi 2 Speed, Prad Prakash, Fun Anywhere, RKV, Fierce Speed, Shami, and but with a lot of incidents, but Ancient Pleb again just taking the win. And the 4th, the race that we just witnessed on Interlagos, Ancient Pleb again qualifying 1st and taking the victory again, but Fun Anywhere this time on the podium in P2. Abhi2 Speed in P3 drops down from P2 in this previous race. Then we have our KV, Shami, Maestro, Prad Prakash, and Fierce P rounding off our top 8. So 4 very exciting races, 4 different results across the board, except for obviously Ancient Pleb, who's just, he's like, I'm good, I can win every race. But the rest of the pack, there's a lot of shuffling going around. There's a lot of good racing that we saw, a lot of incidents as well, but that is motorsports at the end of the day. This is the overall results here for day 3 of the round robin for the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifier, brought to you by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Kirloskar. I mean, big opportunity for all these individuals, because this is the first time the Supra Cup has entered India, and they have a slot now to rep India essentially in the Asia qualifiers or the Asia finals against 5 other countries. So good luck and best of luck to all these participants in the top 10 that will go through to the grand finals. And I'm stoked, man. I mean, I'm gonna rest up for a week as well, because I'll have to bring in a whole lot of energy going into those races. And I'm just very excited, because what I've seen today, that anticipation of all the best guys in one or like in 4 tracks is just gonna be amazing.
Well, we do have the results with us, and without further ado, let's have a look at who will be your top 10 moving into the finals. It will be Ancient Pleb, no questions there whatsoever. 5 wins, 69 points in first. Cesar comes in second, tied with Fun Anywhere and Abby Tucker. That is how tight it is at the top. SK 55 points across 3 places. Abby to Speed in 48 points up in fifth. Our KV at 37 points. Shami is in 35, Nick the Gamer on 30, Sanchit on 28, Fierce B just about edges Meister and takes 10th position on 26 points. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is your top 10 moving on to the finals of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I mean, it's been an amazing weekend of action, SK. We've had so much fun throughout the entirety of it. I think we've seen a lot of ups and downs for many of these racers who did make it into round 2. But I think by and large, we did get to understand who's the creme de la creme of this entire lot, who will battle it out to come top 3 and move on and take that spot in the Asia Nations Cup, and also try and challenge for that 2,25,000 prize pool that is up for grabs as well. So we're pretty much done with this weekend here, SK. Thank you so much for joining us. A big shout out to all the viewers for joining in as well, and hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. But for now, it is goodbye. Good night. We will see you folks again next weekend on Saturday. Mark the time down. 5 p.m. is when the races go live. It's gonna be an absolute blockbuster Saturday coming up. Mark your times down, set your alarm clocks. We'll see you folks then.